Thank you very much. We are continuing with the program, and I will be the one that will lead the first part, preside over the first part of the program, but I will also be the one that will be making the opening remarks. And for that, we will start by observing the protocols. The chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Speaker of the National Assembly, Deputy Speaker, the President of SALGA, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Chief Whips, House Chairpersons, our provincial speakers and members, councillors, our esteemed guests. It is indeed an honor and a privilege for me to welcome all of you to this capacity conference under the theme State Capacity, Delineating Weaknesses, Devising Strategic Mechanisms to Accelerate Policy Implementation. This program is a program that forms part of our sectoral program as Parliament. And indeed, if all of us will acknowledge that we actually have identified implementation of policies as one of the weaknesses. So I will continue by actually opening this very important session and very esteemed gathering. By honorable members, our government defines itself as an interventionist, developmental state which uses the bureaucracy and its resources as a significant facilitator of growth and development. Our perception of development embodies social justice by ensuring that the benefits of economic growth are distributed in a reasonable and equitable manner amongst the country's regions and people, and furthermore, that development is people-centered and people-driven. Since 1994, South Africa has made significant progress in building the structures of a democratic state. The composition of the public service and local government has been transformed to better represent the entire population. Over the past few years, government has introduced a vast array of legislation, policies, and programs to achieve the vision of a better life for all. They've introduced many public sector reforms to create an efficient, effective, developmental-oriented, people-centered public sector to serve all the people of South Africa. The foundations of a capable state have been laid. But there are indeed major concerns about weaknesses in how these structures function, which constrains the state's ability to pursue and attain its key developmental objectives. Given the far-reaching impact of COVID-19 pandemic on South Africa's economy and broadly its developmental landscape, there is also consensus that some of the transformational gains garnered since inception of democracy have significantly regressed. Furthermore, with the Vision 2030, our National Development Plan deadline looming, the state is particularly hard-pressed to ensure that it redoubles its capacity to implement strategic policies and programs which are aimed at economic recovery and social transformation. Esteemed guests, we have gathered in this manner today to unpack an issue of significant importance for advancing South Africa's developmental agenda. Research institutes, thought leaders, and academics all agree that South Africa is not a country that is poor in ideas, and we said it before and we are still saying it. We are not poor in ideas and the appropriate legislative frameworks. It is the inability of the broader state machinery to implement these noble ideals, which stands as a key decelerator of policy implementation, thereby impeding the realization of our developmental objective. State capacity should therefore not merely be viewed as an abstract concept that we make reference to when appropriate. It should be recognized as a fundamental determinant in the confluence of challenges that relate to policy implementation. It is therefore imperative that we define the nature, peculiarities, and extent of capacity-related challenges which are embedded across the various levels and strata of our state machinery. Interventions to address capacity-related matters must be well understood by the legislative sector broadly, including the executive arm of the state, in order to move in concert towards addressing such challenges. It is therefore urgently necessary to prioritize and embolden the state capacity, particularly during this COVID-induced economic regression, which necessitates a bolder and more urgent response to the advancement of our developmental agenda. We need a state that has the requisite capacity to intervene in the economy in the interest of higher rates of growth and sustainable development. Our people need a state that will be effective and have sustainable programs that address challenges of unemployment, poverty, and underdevelopment with a requisite emphasis on vulnerable groups. We need to mobilize our people as a whole, particularly the poor, to act as their own liberators through participatory and representative democracy. What would be needed? And who is capable of contributing? And what role is the legislative sector supposed to play in making sure we achieve the objectives of being a developmental state? Honorable members, I'm definitely not delivering a keynote address. My job is simply to welcome all of you to this very important gathering, which will seek to come up with tangible proposals to the root causes of state capacity-related impediments. We need effective and innovative mechanisms to re-engineer the state machinery towards the realization of the ideals of a capable state. In conclusion, it is our sincere hope that the discussions today will also shape our oversight and accountability processes as the legislative sector regarding capacities necessary for our country to indeed become a developmental state. With that said, I want to welcome all of you to this event, and I really hope that it will be fruitful, and going away from here, we'll be able to have tangible solutions that is implementable in our current situation. I welcome you. Thank you very much. And we will continue with the program, and we will now call on our chairperson, the Honorable Nkosiake Amos Masondo, chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, to make his input. Chairperson, it's over to you.
No, thank you very much. And greetings to everyone. Please allow me to acknowledge the program director, the deputy chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, honorable members of the executive, honorable members of parliament and provincial legislatures, esteemed members of the academic community, the Salga leadership and representative present at this platform, ladies and gentlemen. Program Director, let me begin by thanking you for the opportunity to address today's session, which is held under the theme, State Capability, Delineating Weaknesses, and Devising Strategic Mechanisms to Accelerate Policy Implementation. I also wish to take this opportunity to salute the millions of workers during this Workers' Month. They indeed remain key to the advancement of social and economic justice. In its simplest form, state capability is the ability of the state to possess the capacity to formulate and implement policies that serve the national interest. As many observers have noted over the years, the South African democratic state has the necessary policies and laws to improve the quality of life of the citizens, but somewhat falls short when it comes to implementation, when it comes to the doing, the capability and capacity to master the art of doing. Our aspiration is not to only become a state with the requisite capability. It is also to become a developmental state. This means that through state intervention, the policies we adopt and implement should help us to overcome the root causes of poverty and inequality and to build the state's capacity to fulfill this role. Today's engagement follows the session we had 2 weeks ago, in which we interrogated the approach to planning for purposes of ensuring synergies in policy implementation by the 3 spheres of government. During that session, we highlighted the importance of proper planning and coordination efforts in assisting the 3 spheres of government to tackle the current challenges of poverty, unemployment, inequality, the sluggish growth in the economy, the recovery efforts from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, and the natural disasters that have since battered some of our provinces. Essentially, in the case of the disasters, we observe that while these have severe consequences, they also provide us with an opportunity to reflect on how best to leverage development going forward. Program Director, in terms of the founding provisions of the Constitution, the Republic of South Africa is one sovereign democratic state. It is founded in the values which include human dignity, the achievement of equality, human rights, and freedoms. The notion of a one sovereign democratic state suggests that irrespective of where a citizen is located in the Republic, he or she should be positively impacted by government policy. However, we know that this is not always the case. There is still a lot of work that needs to be done to ensure that the state has the capacity to extend public services equitably to all its citizens, irrespective of which municipal area they reside in. Of course, this task requires a clear appreciation of the enduring effect of the legacy of apartheid, which is a legacy of inequality by design. It requires clear appreciation that ours is a society that had experienced what South Africa's first democratically elected president, President Nelson Mandela, called, in quotes, extraordinary human disaster. It is for this reason that we need a capable and a developmental state, a state that is able to address the devastating impact of inequality by design. Indeed, even by any stretch of imagination, 27 years of freedom is nowhere enough to address hundreds of years of colonialism, racism, apartheid, sexism, and repressive labor policies. However, we admit that there are things we could have addressed quicker and better, such as the land question, to contribute further and more meaningfully to the achievement of equality for all and the advancement of human rights and freedoms. It is against this background that we ought to appreciate and reinforce the role of the legislative sector in seeking to advance people's power and to fast-track the transformation of our society. As we said in the previous session on 3 years of planning, we need to continue to improve cooperation and coordination among the 3 spheres of government in order to accelerate policy implementation. Program Director, the Constitution states that our government is constituted as national provincial, and local spheres of government, which are distinct, interdependent, and interrelated. And as such, we must, through integrated oversight, continue to find ways and means of strengthening intersphere institutional coordination. In this regard, it is important to note that the National Council of Provinces is constitutionally empowered to bring the representatives of the different spheres of government under one roof. This creates the possibility to contribute to the enhancement of cooperative government. Cooperative government is when all spheres of government and all organs of state within its sphere cooperate with one another in mutual trust and good faith by fostering friendly relations, assisting and supporting one another, informing one another of and consulting one another on matters of common interest, coordinating their actions and legislation with one another, adhering to good procedures, and avoiding legal proceedings against one another. The NCOP Program Director, through its programs, demonstrates how integrated planning and oversight approach could be utilized to accelerate policy implementation for the advancement of the country's developmental goals. The committees in the NCOP and in the broader legislative sector have a crucial role to play in scrutinizing the implementation of government policies and programs to achieve developmental targets. They have the ability and responsibility to monitor and enrich efforts at building state capacity. The legislative sector oversight model states correctly that, quote, if the legislature's oversight role is exercised in pursuit of good government, then the legislature also bears some responsibility for overall government performance, close quote. It is because of this responsibility of the legislatures in relation to the overall government performance that in general we must undertake our assessment of state capability and the pursuit of its developmental agenda very carefully, because our own actions as oversight bodies have the potential to enhance government efforts or to weaken them. As we said in the previous engagement on sphere planning, while the different spheres of government have clearly defined constitutional responsibility, the Constitution obligates both the national and provincial government to provide the necessary support to local government. This is a very important consideration when we examine state capability, especially given the varied and severe challenges that many of our municipalities continue to face. As some of our participants would recall, on the 17th of March this year, the NCOP debated the issue of state capacity under the theme, building a developmental state to take the lead in building a better life for all. The debate was necessitated by the need to focus on building state capacity to improve the implementation of policies that serve the national interest. Among many other speakers, the Minister of Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Nkosazana Zuma, made very important observations when she said, quote, the developmental state must drive a particular agenda. At a local level, we believe that agenda must capacitate municipalities to play a greater economic developmental role. This will enable municipalities to attract the necessary capacities while raising sufficient revenues, close quote. She added, and I quote, we must also de-emphasize passive service provision. The developmental state must promote active social and locate the role of municipalities in the active promotion of efficient local markets and inclusive growth. For us, this is the core subject of the social compact exercise alluded to by the President in the State of the Nation address this year. Close quote. Program Director, it has become urgent that in order to strengthen our democratic state, we need to ensure that our municipalities have the capacity to manage their own affairs, to exercise their powers, and to perform their functions. Over the years, we have had consecutive reports of the Auditor General raising concerns with issues such as 1, the poor financial health of municipalities, 2, the rise in fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and 3, the regression in compliance with supply chain management legislation. Evidently, to equip municipalities to deal with these challenges will equally require that there is sufficient capacity amongst the spheres that are charged with the task of supporting municipalities to carry out their responsibilities. In this regard, the legislative sector views the process of galvanizing the resources of the 3 spheres of government through the district development model in order to directly impact our communities as an important intervention that is geared towards strengthening and rebuilding state capacity. Going forward, we should progressively interact with the new model to help to promote the achievement of the goals set out in the National Development Plan, which are to achieve shared prosperity for all the people through the elimination of poverty and reduction of inequality by the year 2030. Through the district development model, the legislative sector has the opportunity to proactively interrogate the level of cooperation and collaboration displayed by the different spheres of government and organs in their quest to accelerate policy implementation. On our part as the NCOP Program Director, we have, through our committees, identified some of the work that needs to be done in this regard before the end of the 6th Parliament. This includes directing our oversight to the areas where the district development model is already being implemented so that we could extract lessons for improvements and for the sustainable rollout of the policy intervention. At the heart of the implementation of policy interventions are the workers or labor whose rights and freedoms we must protect. They are central to the establishment of the social compact to strengthen and rebuild state capacity. And as such, we must always guard their interests and ensure that they are also able to support the pursuit of national goals. This should be done in the context of advancing the national interests. In conclusion, there is a broad acceptance that the democratic state of South Africa has managed to put in place progressive laws and policies. However, there remains a concern about its ability to implement the instruments that are designed to address poverty, inequality, and unemployment. The legislative sector bears some responsibility for the overall government performance. Therefore, we must undertake our oversight role in a diligent manner in order to contribute to improve state capability to extend quality services to all citizens, irrespective of geographic location. To achieve this, it is evident that both the national and provincial spheres of government ought to improve their own capability to undertake their constitutional responsibility of supporting municipalities so as to play, amongst others, a greater economic developmental role. The National Development Plan constitutes the necessary form of intervention that is meant to galvanize the resources of the spheres of government with a view to target service delivery, economic development, and job creation. We need to closely monitor its implementation. President Director, allow me to conclude and say this my final word, that I do appreciate the opportunity to make these remarks, and I'm looking forward to fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masondo. Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable members, delegates, participants, the Minister in the Presidency was supposed now to deliver an input. Unfortunately, this morning, he is having an urgent engagement. So he have delegated someone, and I really want to apologize for him. He was one of the first people that indicated that he will be here. Unfortunately, last week we had to postpone the conference. So we will now request Mr. Henk Serfontein, that was duly delegated by the Minister, to deliver the paper on behalf of the Minister that speak of unlocking the capacity to advance South Africa's developmental capacity. Over to you, Mr. Serfontein.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Deputy Chair, and Honourable members and ministers on the platform, and colleagues. And again, thanks a lot for the opportunity to address. And again, I think apologies. I think Minister himself would have done a much better job at this presentation than myself. So, honourable members, and I've also asked, can I be given the powers to display, or would the Secretariat assist us in the presentation?
Kevin, can you assist with screen sharing? You are closed now, Mr. Serfontein, so you can continue.
Okay. And then, honourable members, I've also requested a colleague of mine, Lindsay Martin, to assist me with one part of the presentation. So Lindsay will take us through the planning, the challenges that we are currently facing in planning, and then what is the measures we're putting in place to mitigate this planning. And then I'll go over and sort of address the public service, as well as local government, as well as the state-owned entities. So with your permission, if I can hand over to Lindsay. Thank you, Chair.
You may continue.
Thank you, Hank. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to propose, let me just share the screen from my side. Okay, is that disabled? Just because of time, the slides are quite long. We won't go through everything. We'll just focus on some of the core issues, and then the other stuff is background. Okay, I see sharing is disabled. So maybe we'll have to work with the version on that side. It's fine, you can put up the slides again. I assume you're not able to share from our side. Thank you, Kevin. So in terms of the presentation, I mean, I'll focus just on some of the key planning reforms. You can move to the next slide. So this just gives the overall sense of the national planning system that DPME supports. So we obviously have the policy and legislative framework, which I think colleagues are well aware of. The National Development Plan remains the long-term plan to 2030. DPME then also develops what we call the medium-term strategic framework as the 5-year plan for a particular administration, and that's supported by strategic plans within departments. On an annual basis, we develop the annual budget prioritization framework, which takes those plans into the national budget discussion to make sure that key policy priorities are funded. And then finally, when budgets are tabled, departments develop their annual performance plans and operational plans. One new instrument that DPME has developed for this year is what we call the National Annual Strategic Plan. So there was a concern that there was not sufficient focus and prioritization on results within a particular year, and hence the National Annual Strategic Plan was developed. Whereas the MTSF has about 300 odd targets and indicators, the NASP itself only has 50, which it prioritizes for one financial year. So I'll also talk briefly to that. And then underlying this entire system is the spatial planning system, which tries to geolocate where development is happening in spaces across South Africa. Next slide.
Are you there?
So to support the planning system, DPME has been undertaking work to develop what we call a policy framework for integrated planning. So reforms within the planning system sort of have stagnated for a while since the NDP was introduced. So what the policy framework tries to do is to emphasize the importance of the planning system in terms of building a capable developmental and ethical state, and essentially institutionalize those key planning instruments I spoke about earlier. The framework also tries to identify where there's existing gaps within the system and makes proposals on how to close some of those gaps. It also then links to recommendations, for example, around amendments in terms of the process for strategic plans and annual performance plans, but most importantly, sets the basis for the integrated planning framework bill, which DPME is currently updating. Next slide, thank you. So this just gives, again, as I was saying, a sense of the different what we call planning waves, or the reforms around planning that have been undertaken. We are now moving into wave 4. So wave 3 introduced the NDP and the results system for planning. Wave 4 tries to essentially institutionalize and build on that based on some best practices that have been undertaken, but most importantly then also includes elements of spatial transformation, prioritizing people with that have been marginalized, so that's women, youth, and persons with disabilities, and tries to reaffirm the results-based approach to planning, budgeting, monitoring, and evaluation. Next slide. So some of the challenges that were identified as part of the process for the framework. So although a lot of instruments exist, we find that some of these planning instruments do not sufficiently prioritize interventions and essentially focus. The interventions are also not all evidence-based, as we've seen, and there's still a fragmentation of the planning system itself, which fragments coordination across 3 spheres. So there's a need for more coherence in terms of the planning system, and I think this is what the legislation will seek to address, but also then to align more broadly across beyond general governments to also include public entities and SOEs. And then finally, to make sure that we move away from a compliance-based approach, I think, which is largely where departments work towards targets to comply with the AG audits, to one that focuses more on performance and results. The next slide. So this is just the problem tree, which articulates exactly what I've said. I won't go through all of this. It just shows essentially the ultimate goal that we want to achieve there is better development outcomes. And so the mechanisms to get there is what I will talk about. Next slide. So as part of the policy framework, we've developed what we call a theory of change. So that tries to articulate what are the interventions we want to put in place, how does that then impact on the outcomes and ultimately what we call the goals or the impacts in terms of improved development outcomes? So there's one element that deals with legislative reform in terms of the bill, which I was talking about. There's an element that deals with what we call organizing government, or how government works together, essentially. And then finally, there's the element in terms of the planning system itself and institutionalizing that. Next slide, thank you. So some of the policy recommendations that the framework makes itself. So the legislative reform process, I've articulated that already. In terms of the planning system itself, it makes key recommendations about the need for long-term planning and the review of that on every 10 years. So that would be the NDP. Medium-term planning has its 5-year cycle in line with each electoral term. The budget prioritization continues to be an annual instrument for aligning priorities into the budget. And then, as highlighted, the National Annual Strategic Plan is a new instrument introduced to focus priorities for a particular year. Next slide. So the second set of recommendations then also says how do you deals with the institutionalization of what we call the institutional planning system across the 3 spheres. So that's strategic plans and the annual performance plans of departments. There's also recommendations around what we call the National Spatial Development Framework. So that currently resides with the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, but there needs to be better alignment between that spatial planning framework and the MTSF itself, because that allows you then to locate where development happens within particular spaces. At a provincial level, we also seek to have similar plans, both long-term and medium-term, and also to have that alignment. And then, as highlighted, the institutional plans for strategic plans and annual performance plans will be governed in terms of a revised framework, which includes now geospatial referencing. Next slide. The final set of recommendations then is about the alignment with across the spaces. So the introduction of the district development model and the one plans. So what we found based on the assessments of those plans, there's still a disconnect between the one plans and the IDPs. It looks like some municipalities still seem to keep these separate, but also the alignment between national and provincial plans into these plans. In terms of dealing with public entities, there's a revised framework for corporate planning and shareholder compacts. And then finally, all of these, it's about the alignment across the 3 spheres, but also including collaboration from non-state actors, such as NGOs, labor, and business. Next slide. Thank you. In terms of the enabling environment, what we've also picked up across different spaces is that capacity is quite uneven. So there is a need to professionalize this in terms of to assist with institutionalizing the system and to work within the framework of the results-based framework. What we find is that information is also quite decentralized. So there's a need for what we call a knowledge hub to consolidate this to support evidence-based planning, as well as budgeting, and to leverage more of technology. So a lot of the planning processes are still quite paper-based. We've been looking at exploring, for example, how do you automate the production of things like annual performance plans, with DPM is starting some work there. Next slide. In terms of institutionalizing across the spheres, there's also the issue about the coordinating structures and how those incorporate social partners. Capacity building then also needs to include, for example, higher education institutions and other professional bodies. So what you find in a lot of the almost professional type work environments, professional bodies give accreditation. That's something we want to explore. And there's been ongoing consultation with the offices of the Premier as well to align within that cycle. And come up with a compendium of common definitions across the three spheres. Next slide. I'll quickly talk. So one of the instruments which has been in place, it was referred to as the mandate paper. It's now the budget prioritization framework. There was the problem identified about how the NDP and the other medium-term plans find their space within the budget. So if we have inadequate resourcing of priorities, we often have suboptimal development outcomes. So the budget prioritization framework seeks to address that, which I'll just talk to. You can move to the next slide. So this is sort of how the framework links the policy priorities, the budget, to development outcomes. So this is for the current budget, obviously the one that was tabled in February. It just gives an articulation of where government spends its resources in relation to the levers of the NDP, and then ultimately, does that impact on the key outcomes that we want to achieve in terms of reducing unemployment, having inclusive growth and investment, eradicating poverty and reducing inequality, and the various types of inequalities that exist across gender, age, disability, race, etc. Next slide. So the current BPF, so the one that informed the current budget, was founded on these five pillars, apologies. So it sought to achieve stabilization, recovery, efficiency, effectiveness, transformation, inclusion, and sustainability. So in terms of stabilization and recovery, which was the core driving message around the BPF, we've obviously had the significant impacts of the COVID pandemic, which impacted on growth, it impacted on employment and poverty. So it's about, firstly, how do you stabilize that, and then support recovery plans like the economic reconstruction and recovery plans. And that's what we try to prioritize as part of those interventions. I won't go through all the detail. You can move to the next one. So while we're dealing with the stabilization elements, you also want to make sure there's still efficiency in terms of spend, and that, apologies, is that interventions themselves overall support transformation goals of government, and that we still adhere to fiscal sustainability. Next slide. So these were the pillars that I was speaking about in terms of the BPF, or the Prioritization Framework Strategy, as adopted by Cabinet last year. It's about managing the pandemic. At that stage, we had still gone through the fourth wave. Key to that was the vaccinations program, which continues to be rolled out. Driving economic recovery is the next pillar. It's about competitiveness, localization, industrialization, employment. Support is the next pillar. And we have seen, based on the employment numbers, I think we have record high levels of unemployment, sitting at just over 35% at the moment. So public employment programs are key, as well as support to those households that have lost income. And then finally, enhancing the capability of the states to deliver on these reforms is critical. It's reforms across SOEs, combating corruption and fraud, which are essentially leakages on the fiscus, as well as managing the public sector wage pool. From a spatial planning perspective, so I'd highlighted the National Spatial Development Framework resides with agriculture, land reform, and rural development. We do have a spatial planning function within DPME. The key is, though, to align those two is what we want to achieve. So you need to be able to spatially reference the information. So we do have such a system within DPME. We've also been working on a set of localization guidelines, which I'll talk to, and we've included requirements for spatial referencing as well within the draft bill, which is underway. So, I mean, the spatial planning component is vital also to support the district development model, but also important, for example, as we've seen with the recent disaster in KZN, to be able to spatially identify the areas that are impacted so that you have targeted investment to make sure that those citizens that are worst off are able to recover. Next slide. So I've spoken to these. You can move to the next slide. So then this just articulates the linkages between the systems. So as I said, we've developed a set of localization guidelines within DPME. The goal of that is to be able to spatially reference across the three spheres so that you have line of sight as to where development happens, and then to support that in terms of the DDM one plans is the ultimate objectives. Next slide. So within DPME, we've also undertaken what we call a diagnostic assessment. And some of this is already reflected within the recommendations of the policy framework, but the assessment was quite rigorous. It was across national and provincial government initially. It looked at the strengths, weaknesses, what did we need to change, how our departments are adhering to current prescripts in terms of norms and standards and policy, and then also identified where there are potential policy interventions that can be undertaken. You can then just move straight to the recommendations. I think the next few slides just talk to that. But I think the recommendations are the key ones that we want to talk to. So some of the recommendations is, for the first one, is about improving the effectiveness of the planning processes themselves and the instruments, which we've spoken to. So it's about empowering the three spheres in line with the current norms and standards. Key to that is the framework for strategic and annual performance plans. Where they are, then that ultimately also supports the monitoring system to make sure that we achieve those development outcomes. Next one. We can move on to the next set of recommendations. Thank you. So one of the issues that I've spoken about is the spatial planning one, which is a bit fragmented. So there are elements of spatial planning undertaken by agricultural land reform and rural development, as well as COCTA and DPME. So there's need for better coherence there so that we have one framework. So there's recommendations that can reside in one place. That will then also improve alignment and coherence across the three spheres of government and encourage better collaboration and joint working across the three spheres. You can also leverage better of the IGFR, the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act, to empower that cooperation, and ultimately that will assist in terms of the district development model in terms of what it seeks to achieve. Next slide. I can move on to the final recommendations. So then in terms of professionalizing the system, which I also spoke to earlier, so there's a need to professionalize the planners themselves because capacity is quite uneven. So work is being undertaken with the offices of the Premier as well, because they were part of the diagnostic. And then this will also assist in terms of drafting the new frameworks, but also improving collaboration across what we call the three center of government departments, which is DPME, COCTA, National Treasury, and to an extent it's DALRAD as well, Agriculture and Rural Development. So we've established that intergovernmental forum, which is currently functioning. Can we move to the next slide? So I've spoken a lot about this, about integration on the DDM. Maybe one important one there is about the need for strong central management. That's both in terms of the coordinating, but also in terms of the data, to ensure that planning across the three spheres is evidence-based. And then in terms of the professionalization component, DPME and the National School of Government is also working on that to enhance the current training programs. Next slide. Okay, I'll hand over. I think the next few slides, Hank will take us through those. I'll just hand over to him. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. And
yes, can I just also, because Lindsay, we didn't see now who Lindsay is. Can I just say that this is a broadcast, a direct broadcast? So can speakers just open their videos when they are on the platform? Sorry for that, Mr. Sarfontaine. You can continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, colleagues. So from in local government, I think we have these common challenges, and I think as Lindsay was presenting, I think for us it's a lot of the challenges in the capacity of the state that we're currently experiencing is the lack of coordination, integration, and all of those going forward. So then when we look at sort of the challenges in local government, again, I think it's probably well known, but we have challenges in basic services, service delivery, and infrastructure. And again, I think if we look at the current sort of disaster, flood disasters out there, this just exacerbated these challenges that we have. So we know that our infrastructure at municipal level, due to sort of constraints on funding around sort of maintenance and that, are taking severe strain and yeah. And so yes, we don't see enough sort of funding going towards maintenance and those things. We still sort of haven't eradicated the bucket systems. And then yes, the assessment of water qualities, the blue drop, green drop requirements, we're also not seeing that those assessments are done. And then we have lots of examples of illegal connections to various systems within local government. And that is, again, also impacting on that one. Next slide, please. Our ability to seek services. Yeah, so I think again, electricity, we slow in sort of providing connectivity to, and especially East Gauteng, Western Cape, where we're still seeing quite an influx of people coming into the area. So we're not keeping up to those ones, and then unfortunately, there is the whole spate of fraud and corruption in capital expenditure, which we now would sort of be working towards addressing it, and then the lack of accountability and consequence management is also unfortunately still seems to prevail. Next slide, please. And then now we just go into some of the details. So again, we're not seeing good strengthening of financial management within our local government, municipalities. And the latest reports that we are getting is saying that 53 municipalities are in dire financial positions, and there's a huge amount of concern around those municipalities, and then there's another 163 that are under financial distress. So in municipalities, we are seeing that their debts are increasing, and they also are not able to pay for some of the bulk services that they are getting. But so the revenue bases are decreasing, and therefore they can't meet their obligations itself. Next slide, please. And yeah, so I think this is just a debt owed to others. That, and then we also unfortunately not seeing actions around sort of addressing unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. So yeah. Next slide, please. Then about governance and capacity in there. We are seeing still some tensions around sort of political administrative interface, and it's something that we do pick up into those Section 139 interventions. It's also about some capabilities of councillors, the ward committees, and then some of the governance structures that are sort of required are not fully functional. And this all is findings that we get from the Auditor General reports. Next one, please. We're also seeing that there's not a lot of not good compliance to the legislations and regulatory requirements for best practices within that. Just to also note that DPME, we have something called the Local Government Management Improvement Model, LGMIM, and thereby we do assess a sample of or assist a sample of municipalities to try and improve. And we are still finding that we're not having resources and expertise as councils to perform oversight. And so our internal audit units and that are not as required. And thank you. Next slide, please. So. And then to unblock these ones, and we've also seen, regarding sort of the maintenance and investment in infrastructure projects, that MISA, in collaboration with municipalities, will look at restoration and maintenance of infrastructure. And we would look at rehabilitation of energy distribution infrastructure with assistance of MISA and ESCOM. There's various, and then we also, again, it was re-emphasized the whole sort of water provisioning challenges that we're having in the public service. So we are with the Department of Water and Sanitation sort of working on how can we strengthen and improve the whole sort of water provisioning process within the public service and especially local government. So next slide, please. And I will talk a little bit about the water entities as well later in this presentation. So next slide, please. Okay, so I think we, from local government perspective, we are not are probably seeing a bit of a deterioration in the capabilities and abilities of the of local government, as we look at sort of local governments in distress going forward. So then when we look at sort of national, provincial government, I think we can go to the next slide, saying that so the background is we've been sort of coming up with lots of policies, lots of interventions to try and strengthen the capabilities of national government and provincial government, but it does not seem that they are all yielding the results that we have. So next slide, please. We also, if we look at the Public Service Commission's reports coming out, are saying that state capacity and capabilities in South Africa is weakened over time. There's the financial consolidation. So yes, we know that due to the fiscal constraints, there's pressure on the headcounts and budgets and goods and services, and again, it's probably linked to the planning challenges that we have, is that due to probably not the adequate planning, we are not seeing that our investments and our resources are necessarily leading towards our results in the public service. So I think we're also spending quite a bit of effort in making sure that we have results-based plans and plans that we truly unpack the theory of change, and that those outputs that are generated will actually lead us to our results and outcomes. I think we can go to the next slide, please. So again, the achievement of targets. I think if we look at that yes, we might be, as the public service, meeting our annual targets and that, but we are not necessarily seeing that those are translated into the actual results and outcomes. And just to also mention that we are also seeing that our contract management are of not always good quality, and that then would result in delays, and sometimes the actual sort of results from those contracts and the products are not of the necessary requirements. So yes, thanks. Next slide, please. So again, on audit outcomes, and I think we would sort of these ones, I think, is saying that yes, in financial management, I think we still would need to see a better improvement and management of our finances within the public service. So next slide, please. I think we can skip this one. I'm aware we're probably running out of time. So again, state liabilities, we're seeing that it's sitting at 166 billion. Payment of suppliers, we are not we've seen improvements in some departments, some provinces, but then unfortunately there is still 4.9 billion rand owed to suppliers more than 30 days within the public service. Next slide, please. And then I think we all know about the corruption and cases coming through from Zondo commissions and those ones. So we do have are working on reinstilling ethics within the public service in collaboration with DPSA. So next slide, please. Maybe if we, So I think in the public service, we are also picking up sort of lack of stability in our leadership, and that then translates into performance definitely of those institutions. So next slide, please. I think I've already mentioned consequence management. Next slide, please. And these are just some detail specifics around sort of how we're doing with vacancy rates. So yes, we seem to be not good at filling some of our critical positions, especially senior management services and those. And again, that translates through to our abilities to perform. Next slide, please. And then I think this one, we can skip this one. And then maybe next slide, please. And I thought if we can, So in the public service, yes, it's our problems are probably also not unique, and yes, we are sort of in initiatives to try and address some of our institutional issues, supremacy of law, and then trying to strengthen that, financial disclosures, financial management, ethics in the public service. And then we also are working with Operation Vuladela and Operation Bakisa that would assist us in trying to address some of our challenges in infrastructure and all of that going forward. So next slide, please. And then I think just very, very briefly around public entities, I think what we've identified and determined in public entities is firstly a lack of oversight and governance within entities. So and this is not to all entities, but we are seeing that in some environments, some institutions, there's not enough and oversight between government and the entities itself. And we have then developed models and frameworks and implementing that via the presidential PSEC, this Presidential Council for Entities. Apologies, I just can't remember the full name now. But we are in collaboration with PSEC saying how can we look at the restructuring, reorientation, repurposing of entities and strengthening oversight and governance within the entities. So maybe next slide. This is just the what we call the root cause analysis. So again, I think we are also looking at identified sort of lack of stability within management of entities, and again that results feeds back into performance and those things going forward. I think and probably a lot of the challenges that we raised in national provincial departments and planning challenges are just reiterated in entities itself. So maybe next slide, please. And I think also in entities, what we have to acknowledge, there's been various reforms and research done. And so I think we are sort of stating and admitting that public entities are in definite need for attention, and that we should look at the improvement of governance and performance of entities going forward. So I think we can probably end at this point. So thank you, honorable members and chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Serfontein. I deliberately allowed you to some few more minutes so that we can get the complete picture. But I hope the team will be there just to respond to some of the issues later on, because we know that there is some of the issues that is, I mean, it's a very proper diagnostic, that I should say. And I think it's also giving us an idea as to what is the loopholes and what is the strengths. So if you can be available for questions later, we will appreciate that so much. But still, thank you very much for standing in at the last minute. We hope that at further engagement, we will be able to get the minister to be here, because he was very, very willing. So that is why I believe there is now really something that is keeping him not from being here. Thank you very much. We will continue with our program, and we will now have the team on state capability and economic recovery and reconstruction, and the Deputy Minister, Honorable Nomalungelo Gina of Trade, Industry and Competition, will make that input for us. Over to you, Honorable TM.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. Let me greet the Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Masondo. Greetings to the leadership of Parliament as a whole. I heard you, Chairperson, mentioning the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament. Greetings to the ministers, the deputy ministers that might be in the platform, honorable members of both houses. Greetings to the leadership of ISALGA. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much again, Chairperson and the NCOP. And really, as the Department of Trade and Industry, we're very much excited to get this invitation to make some few reflections when it comes to the criticality of this conference, looking at its essential purpose, that is to assess the state capacity in driving the program of social transformation. In addition, within that assessment, we seek to identify the strategic weaknesses in delivering these objectives in line with policy positions that we set ourselves to execute. On the focus that you have requested us to focus on, the sub-theme that is strengthening state capacity to accelerate economic transformation, inclusive growth, and competitiveness. We are saying, Deputy Chair of the session, it is really unfortunate that you are having this conference against the backdrop of the South African economy, which is experiencing serious challenges and unprecedented magnitude. The main drivers of these economic headwinds include a sustained weak growth, deindustrialization, and extreme fiscal pressures, high unemployment, poverty, and deepening inequality. Economists are agreeing that we are at the phase of stagflation. Stagflation is a situation in which inflation rate is high, economic growth is at its lowest, and unemployment is at its high. With the recent floods in KZN, manufacturing activity fell sharply, with various subsectors in the economy slowing down and some closing. Many goods coming in or leaving the country through Durban ports are linked to inland provinces' activities like Gauteng, Northwest, Limpopo, and other provinces through road freight logistics. According to ABSA Purchase Managers Index, that is PMI, released on the 3rd of May, it shows that we have dropped the manufacturing activities by 50.7 index points. However, the overall causal effects, it's not just floods, but connected to the entire 3 years through environment such as the following. 1, the impact of COVID-19 and its attendant lockdown that saw disruptions of global supply chains and effectively shutting down the economy, the results of which has been the shedding of jobs and SMMEs going under. 2, South Africa's binding constraints on economy, including unreliable electricity supplies, that is a major risk in our economy and overall growth path. The issue of auctioning the spectrum that has finally been addressed has been a factor too, but thankfully that we see the progress when it comes to that. Thirdly, the harbour congestions accompanied with freights, logistic constraints, and regulatory delays which impede investments. The fourth one, the impact of the 2021 July unrest into the economy and employment consequences. Fifth, the current Russia-Ukraine conflict that has a global effect on trade issues and food inflation. The seventh one is the recent floods that are going to regress the economy severely, given the fact that KZN is the second national contributor to the national GDP after Gauteng. It is against the above economic background that we must be strengthening the state capability to accelerate economic transformation, inclusive growth, and competitiveness. Building a capable state is one of the key pillars of the National Development Plan. Capable and decisive state is characterized by the strong planning and coordination in the implementation of government programs, breaking free from unnecessary red tapes and strong turnaround times in achieving timelines without fail. And I'm happy that even the chairperson of the NCOP has spoken to the issues of coordination and integrated planning, of which we all believe that that is the key factor and the key message that we must all preach, is to say that is where we can begin to bring and build our economy. In this regard, the district development model mechanism in government has been seen as an instrument of breaking silos and enforce planning at all levels of government. And we are seeing this is beginning to show signs of coordination in our reindustrialization policy implementation with provinces and district municipalities. At the beginning of this new administration, as Trade, Industry and Competition Department, we began working with the private sector and organized labor on the development of the reimagined industrial strategy, the RIS. The RIS brings together a comprehensive set of policy intervention to drive inclusive growth, underpin transformation, and create a new growth dynamic based on localization and export through the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. A key pillar of the RIS is the development of the sector focused master plan. And I'm happy to say we're drawing a lot of lessons from a successful one, the automotive master plan. We have since concluded other master plans like sugar cane master plan, the sugar master plan, clothing, textile, leather, and shoes master plan, steel and furniture master plans. Related to the above has been our implementation of spatial industrial development, the designation and the establishment of the spatial economic zones and the industrial parks in various cities and regions across the country to build regional economies has been unfolding. However, we have since realized that for this amount of work to succeed, all three spheres of government must get involved. In that context, we seek to impose a capable state in the building of economy with all three spheres of government compelled by the new approach to play a role. District development model approach in the spatial economic development will see us as DTIC planning and putting resources per each district municipality, with the provincial government also putting resources in establishing economic hubs, economic zones, and industrial parks. District municipality will play a pivotal role in driving the economic growth, which will be a new mandate to them, additional to the current supervision of local municipalities, managing municipal grants, and being district water authorities. The task of job creation of the economy must be a shared task, and through this approach of the DDM, we are seeing that it's going to happen. District municipal LEDs working with national government economic cluster departments and provincial government involved in the economic development will now be entrenched in this approach that the DTIC is coming up with when it comes to this matter. I argue that this will energize the capabilities of the state in a vertical manner in all its spheres. As we are all aware that government has developed a response after the impact of COVID-19 so that the economy can recover and be on the growth footing. Unfortunately, as government, we had to deal with other crises as we implemented the ERRP, which has been knocking off the same economy, and we are trying to rebuild. The last year, July unrest was a fundamental setback to our efforts to repair, and recently, the floods that we have seen in the few provinces that they have been affected, whose scales of economic impact is still being quantified by government. The impact of the ERRP will be assessed in government achieving in the following areas. Delivering on energy security of the country. This includes fast-tracking of all the energy mix measures rather than relying on ESCOM national grid alone. Industrial base to create jobs. This, amongst others, include spatial economic development with clear growth targets. Localization policy implementation to re-incubate and protect the local industries through promotion of local content in the procurement processes, thereby prevent unfair competition from the same products coming from the established economies, especially Europe and that of the East. Strides in implementation of just transition and green economy, critical infrastructure development, reviving tourism sector that suffered during lockdown, a sector that has been contributing 9% to the national GDP of the country. Revamping mining sector as an attractive sector for new investors, a sector that used to contribute 20% to the GDP but now has dropped to 8% contribution. Food security and expanding the base of food production in the country. As this government, we have no other options but to double our efforts in delivering in the above key areas so that the country can be brought back to the pre-COVID, pre-July unrest and pre-flood era. I have confidence in our resilience as this country that we will do that, but this will require a very strong leadership to succeed. The current oblique picture in the country requires new ways of doing things, especially from us in government. A capable and developmental state that will drive the expansion trajectory of the economy and in particular including deliberate efforts to drive broad-based Black economic empowerment with stringent timeframes. No time for laxity. A case in point is an execution of the announcement of President Cyril Ramaphosa during the Women's Day's address in 2020, that of 40% set aside for women-owned enterprises in the public procurement. We really need to see this happening because it will bring a lot of change in what we are looking at in our economic scale. The state that we are in as a country requires a reset button and a different approach. This is a huge discussion in government, especially in the economic cluster. The Asian tigers, especially Hong Kong, Singapore, Taiwan, and South Korea, were an offshoot of the post-Second World War crisis. It was through an aggressive drive by the state in coordinating and mobilizing the private sector for reinvestment and the creation of the new set of businesses, which turned those economies into what they are today. To that extent, we need to use this post-pandemic, post-July and post-floods as a runway tarmac to rebuild one of Africa's big and sophisticated economy. We need to re-industrialize our economy. The structure of our economy has to be anchored around manufacturing. I think there are a lot of lessons that we have learned during these tough times that we have been faced with as a country. We have been taught, this phase has taught us that speculative capital in our stock market is not necessary. The realms of investors, I'm so sorry. This phase has taught us that speculative capital in our stock market is not a necessary condition for our country's wealth and development. It is a bubble that is vulnerable to the whims of the investor's sentiment and that can be sent away offshore at a wink. However, infrastructural investment, that is industrial investment, is tangible and therefore a fundamental base for the economy. Of course, we live in an area of new economies as occasioned by the phenomenon of the fourth industrial revolution. We are leveraging these innovation-driven sectors for the country's prosperity. As the newly appointed chairperson of ABSA, Mr. Silo Moloko, said in his first interview with Forbes Africa recently when asked about the future of this country, he said the following, I quote, I'm optimistic that our country has a will, has the plans to be able to navigate its challenges, but we have got to solve the economy first. Going forward, it will require very decisive, execution-based type of leadership. But simultaneously, as we fix this economy, we have got to solve youth unemployment by finding programs that will empower this youth, close quote. And I believe we all agree with what Mr. Silomologa was saying. A decisive leadership is needed. The issue of coordination is needed. The issue of integration in our plans is needed. And we hope and believe that making use of the new instrument, that one of DDM, when it calls us all together to sit and plan and make sure that we grow the economy of our country, that is what we are going to be achieving as a country. There is nothing that beats the triumph of human spirit. This country will recover under these difficult conditions that we find ourselves in. The current views that have tested the leadership of our president and the whole leadership in government is going to set us and make us make sure that we triumph over these difficult times. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Thank you very much. In actual fact, you actually gave us a broader perspective as to how the different kind of industries or manufacturing whatever can contribute to stabilize the economy. And I think we agree, all of us that are here, that currently we are having this kind of situation where the economy is really regressing, and particularly with the impact of COVID and other factors that are there. So thank you very much. We will continue because the next session was supposed to be chaired by the House Chairperson, but he's still at a funeral. So we will continue. And after this session, we will have an interactive discussion. I just want to request the participants to be very patient, but also to note down your engagements, your questions, or your clarities that you would want from the presenters. But we will just continue, and we will now call on Dr. Kagiso Pue, and he will then elaborate on the topic developmental states, the case of South Africa. Over to you, Doctor.
Still morning. Good afternoon, Chair. Hopefully I'm audible and I'm also able to be seen.
You are visible and audible.
All right, thank you. Let me just share. Is a slide. All right. Everyone can see the slide, I hope.
Yes, right. It's clear. It's clear. You may continue.
All right. Thank you. Let me just set the time then. No, thank you so much for having me. And I think I send the normal greetings and respects to the people that are here. Just wanted to be noted that I was actually replacing Professor Vusi Kumeda, who I think we've been working over the last 6 years, just actually thinking about this idea of the developmental state and what it entails. So today is probably going to be part of sharing, and also I think also a learning lesson for myself from the people that are here. The presentation will be touching on 6 of the 5 points as illustrated here. We'll touch on the 4th point because I think Prof. Kumeda does probably a very excellent job in his publication, which is, I think, was attached in the invite on page 20, and I'll just maybe ask people that they read that part. But I want to start with characterizing the developmental state, and I didn't want to make it an overly theoretical one. So what I'll do is I'll try to be sharp and to the point. Look, there are many different ways and different authors who've really looked at the idea of what does it entail to be a developmental state. But I think some of the key characteristics that really do come out on my side is issues such as economic development, industrialization, leapfrogging, having impactful institutions, having actual cadres and technocracy, and citizen dignity. And the reason I frame it in this way, in using this Venn diagram, is to say, look, I think most times when people think about the developmental state, they quickly rush to look at East Asian states, namely what Chalmers Johnson put in 1982, or some other works by Meredith Wu Cummings and other people like Peter Evans. But I think what people like Thandeka Makandawera did pretty well was actually make the argument to say, if we all agree that the issues in the center of this Venn diagram, namely economic development, industrialization, leapfrogging, having impactful institutions, having actual cadres and technocracies, and having citizen dignity, are what can be said to form a basis of a developmental state, then if you actually look at many post-independent African states, especially from the onset, when you look at Ghana and when you look at Nasser's Egypt, one can actually say, look, these were actually characteristics of developmental states. It's just that I think the literature and research that goes into it overly veers towards actually just accepting the idea that it's only an East Asian phenomena. So that's really what's key and important. And it's always important to understand how we got to that stage. And here I always make reference to people like Walter Rodney in his book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, and Johan Guttling's Structural Theory of Imperialism, which basically says, look, a lot of these developing states, in order to really be able to, I think, give citizens that dignity, be able to actually play in the broad commercial activities of the world, actually needed to use different means and ways, because as European colonialism clearly illustrated, that they'd already got the advantage. And sometimes there's always a mistake which says that because Europe and the Western states are this gold standard, there's always a forgotten issue that they're the gold standards because of their history. So developmental states are really a great phenomenon to study, because they really say, how do post-independent states actually get into the issue of economic development? So that's how one really characterizes it. And I'm not going to say much on the case of South Africa, because I just want to go through other points before we actually come to, I think, maybe a discussion of what the case of South Africa looks like. Now, the four chosen features I will maybe go in depth about when looking at development states as one understands it are the following, and I think they make for very good, interesting reading. The first one is development states are really about a function and form, being the ultimate aim and not theory and answering a problem. South Africa is one of the most unique states in that it's one of the only countries in the world that's actually declared itself a developmental state, or said, look, we are aiming to become a developmental state. What's important to note about especially East Asian states is none of them actually said we are developmental states. It was a lot of Western educated theorists and academics who, especially Chalmers, who coined the term developmental state. When you actually read through their policies and actually look at what they do, they never say the word developmental state. It was because their function and form was actually to answer and address what is the problem of the day, and there was the issue of underdevelopment. And by virtue of them addressing the issue of underdevelopment, it then gave rise to many of the successes that they had. And I think Gumede kind of captures it correctly in the quote that I've put there when you look at East Asian states. And the second feature one we'll probably touch on is what Dr. Mohale in his dissertation touches on, which he says institutions matter. That these key functional development states at the apex have really great functioning states. And they're able to muster these states, they're able to muster these institutions to answer a developmental question. And they're able, I think he speaks about the work of Peter Evans and embedded autonomy, which is to say you're also able to staff it with the correct individuals and people who make these states, who make these institutions work in the correct way. So institutions are critical, not just having institutions, but having critical and strategic institutions become very, very important. And the third point I want to stress, and I know Makandawera and Gumede have maybe a different view to me on this one, is, look, it is really about the economy stupid, as the advisor James Carville of Bill Clinton put it. But I think a more correct way to put it, as I put it here, these quotes, is it's about economic development, which is not just saying, listen, you're looking at having high GDP numbers. Most of us would remember that in the early 2000s, when South Africa was experiencing the market boom of its commodities, that the numbers were okay. I mean, they were high, but that didn't necessarily address the issue of unemployment. And I think that really is the issue, which sometimes gets a bit missed when people look at the high numbers of the Chinese state, or even how Singapore developed. Yes, the GDP numbers were high, But having GDP numbers being high really doesn't mean nothing if you don't actually address the holistic understanding of what economic development is, which is about having the right infrastructure from schooling all the way up to tertiary level and being able to marry that with an actually functioning economy. So that's why I say it's economic development rather than simply just saying the economy is stupid. And then there's a part which I think always gets a bit overmissed when you look at a lot of East Asian development states, what I call, using Schumpeter's, the great Austrian economist, idea of creative destruction, which is to say a lot of these states actually were not oblivious to making mistakes. There's always this idea which seems to come up that the policies that emanate from the Chinese Communist Party or the ones that come from the party in Singapore, the People's Action Party, were actually perfect policies. In fact, they weren't. What actually makes them very unique is that they were able to, what they simply did is to say, this is a problem as best our data explains it. This is a policy direction we're making. And along the way, they were able to make course corrections. Because they do make leeway to say public policy is not about perfection. It's not about always going out and getting the voices of people and getting their inputs and then arriving at this parliamentary process where we adopt a perfect policy. If anything, it's a process of creative destruction. There are mistakes to be made. But the issue is, are you able to course correct at the given time and moment? And Kandewere raises it in his own, I think, I wouldn't say subtle way, but he actually makes it a point of saying that sometimes when people look at East Asian development states, what they tend to arrive at is the perfection of policy, which is actually not the point. So there is a process of creative destruction, which I think is a key feature of developmental states, which is you will make mistakes, but the key issue is having committed to and chosen the right policy path, are you able to make course corrections? Now, characterizing South African state institutions, processes, management, and weaknesses. I always think quotes sometimes capture what one tries to say best. There's a Setswana saying, which is "Silibani pele ga ekengwe," which loosely translated means the well ahead is not reliable. And for me to make this assessment, I base it off looking at maybe a three-way or four-way analysis of things. If you look at our political class, our national institutions, and local government, one would say that our institutions, the road is not clear ahead. I think one of the most famous cases which kind of highlighted this as it relates to Parliament is the economic freedom fighters and others court case, where I think Rapato puts it quite well in saying, what you tend to find, the Constitutional Court said that the head of the executive, represented by the president and the legislature, failed to demonstrate accountable leadership. Now, I think this might be a moment in time, and if that's the argument people are using, I'll say that is fine. But if you look at what's happening at national and local elections level, turnouts are dwindling, which essentially speaks to the fact that as a populace, there's a reticent understanding to say, listen, maybe the political class is not really serving what we need as a people and as a citizenry. And this point is also illustrated in something which I think more research is probably needed in, which is the declining political participation of citizens in political parties. Now, you would think that owing to the history of South Africa, that political parties would be actually the bedrock of what a functional democracy would look like. But in fact, what we're seeing is that there's actually a decline in formal politics. People are choosing other means and ways. And obviously, there's also the issue that political parties are often by themselves, and sometimes the state is involved in this. There's what one would call I don't want to say perversion, but rather there's a way of saying, rather than sorting out things within the political class, let's rather go to the courts to sort out solutions. Now, this clearly speaks to the fact that at a political class level represented by political parties, there is a huge problem, and that the road is clearly not ahead. When one looks at institutions, using Ameta Sen and Nussbaum's understanding of the capabilities, which is to say that, look, for us to say institutions really work, there's protection of human socioeconomic entitlements, there's protection where the state is able to provide social security, there's physical security. Well, if you look at public healthcare system, I think the problems are so endless that I don't think it becomes a point of debate that our public infrastructure is actually crumbling. But one of the things I would raise, which and I think is going to become a problem in the next 10 years, is how we look at issues such as the registrarship and consultant posts within our healthcare system. For those that are not familiar with the terminology, it's basically specialists within public healthcare system. You'll notice that there's actually a decline in the investment of our specialists. If there's one thing South Africa, and I think the post-1994 government needs to be commended for, is they've made huge investments into getting the right type of specialists in hospitals. But we're seeing that this is declining. Now, it really raises a key question which says, if we're seeing that we're not investing in the human capital of our specialists in hospitals, especially public hospitals, where are these specialists going to come from? And more importantly, how is this public health system going to address many of the problems which the state is facing, which are related to the issues of high unemployment and the fact that people's diets and things like that are not going in the right way? So I think it's a problem I'm just flagging as something in the future which will give us a problem but it really comes under the broader umbrella of the fact that we've got a crumbling public healthcare system. I won't touch on the issue of state-owned entities. It's a given that they are crumbling. And I think one only has to go back to a few years to read the Piacha report, or the line that always sticks with me, she says, there's not even an understanding as to how many state-owned entities the government itself has. Now, that's quite problematic that the government doesn't know how many state-owned entities it has. And what then kind of this boils down to is what I term, there's no hegemonic role for SADC in South Africa. It's almost been taken for granted that because South Africa is the largest economy in the region, that there'll always be a hegemonic role that it plays. But what we're finding, and I think the case of Mozambique clearly illustrates that as the political class, as national institutions, and basically as a state sort of collapses on itself, the hegemonic role of South Africa and SADC becomes a bit more problematic. In fact, it's going to become non-existent. And one only has to look at how SADC, which used to be a very peaceful region, is actually kind of crumbling. And one might actually argue that the problems of South Africa are starting to have an impact on SADC. And now, this line I found to be particularly interesting when looking at local government as an institution. If you read it and you actually just ignore the fact that this comes from 2003, I would argue that if the AG cut and pasted this very same quote and put it in the 2022-2023 report, we'd all say, oh, wow, this is normal. But it's actually quite worrying that, look, as the quote says, the time and efforts that have gone into various training initiatives to date are acknowledged, but the results of the survey indicate that further training and capacity building at ministerial levels are still required. It basically says there's been no movement at local government level in terms of them working in institutions. If anything, I'd argue that there's been a widening gap between metropolitan municipalities and rural and township citizen livelihoods. If anything, if you take away Cape Town, if you take away Durban, if you take away Johannesburg as key centers of the economy, you're taking away, I think it's about 57% of the South African economy, if not more, which basically says we've not really built outside of these metropolitan areas. And we basically are relegating people to saying, if you live in residential and township areas, life is not going to be good for you. Therefore, you have a phenomenon called of invisible government to no governance at all. And I think that's quite problematic to have. And thus, ultimately, what you then have is what I term these mega trends, which is the rise of zombie municipalities, community leadership rising outside formal political parties. Because there's no local economic development, you have poverty, which is always on the rise. And while I understand that, look, the South African state from 1994 has done very well to put in issues such as social grants, there's never been a state that has risen and in terms of using proper economic development data projections to say that, listen, social grants are the way you end poverty, or it's the way you actually induce proper economic development. And most importantly, and I think most worryingly, we're seeing a mega trend which says of no consequence for poor performance. I call it the stuff you movement, which is to say people simply will not vote. And when people simply do not vote, it's almost like taking legitimacy away from the state. And you get a phenomena which, if many of us have been looking at the global trends, is what I term is which is to say citizens will give you a clap back. And that basically means that citizens will then take different, what some might say, undemocratic means to achieve what they want. But I don't want this to sound as though this is all negative. I think what we can say over the last 2 decades of the South African state's existence, that there are really some positive trends. For instance, there's very good visible governance processes, legal routes into issues of rates and taxes, which I think sometimes we take for granted as having. Maybe we're just a bit more irritated that we have to actually pay rates and taxes. But the point is to say the fact that they exist and that there's means to actually achieve this is actually a positive trend, because it's one of those things which it's not a given that every state has this working. I think we've got great value-adding institutions. The HSRC is being one of them, the Auditor General's Office, and Statistics South Africa, who I think if they were given a better role, if more funding was given to them, I think they could actually help in the whole public policy process and actually enrich it and actually guide a lot of what the complex policies which government is going to be facing in the next years to come. But I think there's also a problem when it comes to, I think there's what I call too many dispersed macro responsibilities. Reading the South African Constitution, particularly 5 and 6, as it relates to the relationship between national, provincial, and local government, I think there's a point in time where we have to say maybe too much has been given, and that we might need to rethink, is it really correct for us as a state the size of South Africa to have a 3-sphere government approach? I think it's a bit too much. And then there's also the issue of what I call low contestation spaces allowing for inertia. While the PMFMA, the MFMA, and other treasury regulations are to be commended, there's also an issue with, there's also a questioning we need to put to say, are they still relevant and actually allowing for quick economic development and wins to be made? Sometimes if you've worked in local government, like some of us have, you might argue that a lot of these things actually overly hamstring how people work. If anything, it would seem as though the administrators work to please the Auditor General and a lot of these MFMA procedures rather than actually doing the actual work. So I did say that now I'm going to return to maybe the bigger question of the case of South Africa. And I'll put it to you in this way, namely this, an apt starting point is to say, over and above what a person has arrived at, I think if we were to use the good book of John 8:32, which simply says, you will know the truth and the truth will set you free, I think we would basically arrive at this point that we're not a functional or standard or even a hybrid developmental state. Makanda Wera and Gumeda's great arguments notwithstanding. And I think the argument now where the state is now moving towards wanting to be a capable development state actually illustrates this, because that's actually a bit of a non-idea. There's no such thing as a capable developmental state. If you're development, by virtue of you being development, you will be capable. So I think we need to really move away from this debate. What we need to really concentrate on, and time is not a friend for me as well, is that we really need to ask, we all know where things are going wrong. I think in other areas we might need to use more mega data to arrive at the fact that we're going wrong. But I think it needs to be, what can we do quickly? What can we do succinctly, rather than trying to overly spread ourselves? And I think if we're to be able to do that point, we might arrive at what Ophelia said in the book, in the play of Hamlet, which says, Lord, we know what we are, which is we're not a developmental state, but we don't know what we may be. And I think that's maybe the big question which needs to be put to. So I put it to you, what South Africa is in truth is the following. South Africa is a quasi-fragile state. We're in between where Britain was pre-Margaret Thatcher, where there's a lot of ideological policies which were put by Labour at that time, which didn't really work out. We're also at a point where there's a lot of populism, if you look at Latin America. And there's also a point which I think is quite dangerous. We're at a point where we're becoming a bit overly friendly with the World Bank and the IMF, and not because we want to, but because really the state is in such a dire situation that we might have to look for external funding. And obviously that's going to come with a lot of strings attached to it. And there's also the issue that I think a more appropriate level of model which we need to look at. South Africa, and I always compare South Africa to post-Soviet states, because I think we have some of the same problems and some of the same challenges in which we're tackling. Now, the issue of assessing organizational technical capacity, and I always want to raise this, is the issue really skills or the reorientation of institutions and political leadership? In my home municipality of Mfuleni municipality, we kind of see this a bit well, where the issue is not really skills, because I think you can readily put in the relevant skills if you wanted to, but it's the fact that there's poor leadership and the fact that the municipality was allowed to be crowded out. If you look at a lot of our public health care institutions, some of the problems, the key question is it really a human capital problem? Because we do hire people, and I would argue that some of the requirements which are put into the hiring practices of this South African government is way higher than what was expected in the National Party government. So it's the issue of saying, is it not maybe that we actually need political will? And obviously when it comes to security, I do understand that, listen, security at the moment is a bit weak. And I think last year's uprising kind of showed it. So maybe there it's an issue of putting in the right type of skills. I think sometimes it's an issue of there's a lack of political leadership, and I think we need to reorientate states properly. Impact of COVID. Look, I think it was quite visible, but I don't like the framing of the question. I don't want to say the impact of COVID. I'd rather say what COVID highlighted as key weaknesses we've all seen. I'll maybe point the audience to maybe the diagram which really shows I think some of the economic numbers. And as I said, South Africa post-94 has not really had the greatest rises in GDP numbers. And I think it's quite visible to see there. So what COVID simply did show is that over the last 2 decades, I think not enough has really been done to invest in the economy in terms of creating the types of jobs and employment that we really need. Yes, there was a good point when the commodity boom was high, but I think as a previous speaker has said, that did not necessarily translate into clear and outright employment opportunities for the majority of South Africans. And maybe this means that we need to relook at what do we mean by employment in South Africa, and might have to relax a few of the hard regulations many companies and even many international institutions have been saying South Africa is lacking. Now, I'm more interested in the fact that we need to really have more solutions than having to go over the problems. So in the last few minutes I have, which I think I've gone over a bit, I just want to maybe put it to you that we kind of have 5 things which we need to do. We need to recalibrate and refine national government and key institutions. And the way I put it, say, if it doesn't make rands, it doesn't make sense. I think if you look at the way national ministries are constituted, it really is a bit too large. And a lot of these ministries really don't play into the idea of creating economic developments. Therefore, I think we should actually cut many of them. I mean, if you look at a country like China, China has less than 18. And look at the size of China compared to South Africa. So the question about why do we need certain things? And this also goes for state-owned entities. But I know that this discussion is taking place. So hopefully we'll be able to get to a point where we're refining and having less institutions, and institutions will actually be answering a clear and a critical question. I think there's a number 2, there's need for reforming and re-equipping local government, fast tracking and decimating provincial government and focusing on schedules to local government, which in short, what one is actually saying is to this is, look, the time for provincial government, I think, has come to an end. You might keep legislatures if that's your will, but a lot of those responsibilities could be given to a reorientated local government, because that's where things are really felt. And if we had a 2-tier system, I think that would actually be a better outcome in terms of being able to save money, 1, 2, being able to put the natural proper resources into a local government. 3, macro embedding autonomy and political party principles. I think we need to start picking winners in terms of policy. And some of these winners might be anti-constitutional, but I think there comes a point where we have to say, listen, the Constitution, if it's not serving the needs of economic development, needs to be put aside. Because the issue at the end of the day is the Constitution is supposed to serve South Africans, not the other way around. And this also applies to appointing political principles in line with performance and skills. In all other job requirements, there are clear outputs and inputs which you need to put in. And if you do not actually address those things, well, you're actually out of the system. But I think this has not really reached our political parties and reached our political principles. Therefore, I think there is a need to say, listen, if you're not doing your job, you need to leave. In the same way, if I'm not doing my job, as my boss is also here, I'll be asked to leave. Number 4, designate rural and township regions as states of disasters and new sites of spatial economic zones, or what's supposed to say special economic zones. There will be no development unless rural and township South Africa is at the heart of it. Therefore, I think there are states of disasters, and that being the case, I think we need to put properly what I term almost like tailored responses to actually getting these right. One of the ideas one has been writing on and is toying in is to say, I still do not understand after 2 decades of our government, why is it that when you put a municipality's office, you put it in a town or an urban area? Why has it not actually gone into a township? Why has it not gone into a rural area? Because in you doing that, you're actually bringing lots of money into that area, and you're going to bring development around that. And 5, joint public sector, private sector, public good policy offerings. Let the best skills and practice lead and inform public offering. When it comes to mega infrastructure developments and needs, we do need to bring the private sector in, but not simply to bring them in and allow them to do what they want, but we need to say it's a joint effort, meaning you also need to put money on the tables. It cannot only just be a South African thing, because as I think the previous speaker said, we are no longer in a position where money is freely available. The model one is really thinking about in this regard, if these the 6 things I've put down were to actually put together, is at the heart of any development going forward is going to be the fact that if what we're proposing is not addressing the issue of local government, then it's not really relevant. Which also means institutions such as ourselves, universities, need to ask the question, how can we play a better role in assisting local government? And again, how can, I don't hide my preference and bias, I'm very much for what the Chinese Communist Party has done. How do you orientate national government to serve local government? Because I think that's the only way it should work. And also, how do you get the private sector to say, listen, ideally, yes, it's great to be in Joburg, it's great to be in Sandton, but what can we give you to induce you to go maybe set up business in Rustenburg, set up business in the Vembe district of Limpopo, go set up business in KwaZulu, those areas. And also, you'll see I put the Constitution down very low, because I think there comes a point in time where we have to really rethink the idea of our Constitution in relation to issues of economic development. As I said, if it's not willing to do the job we need it to do, we really do need to maybe say we need to not do away with it, because I think there's certain safeguards we need, but we need to be unashamedly say, listen, you need to reorientate yourself. And then I think there needs to be a handbook of not just trade agreements, but I think we need to look at everything we've invested in, which also includes some of the international agreements we've tied ourselves into. Is this really helping a local government in, let's say, in Mahikeng? If it's not, then we need to make a turnaround and say, listen, this is not actually helping us, because I think there's many agreements we've tied ourselves into which really are not actually assisting us in creating a post-quasi-fragile state. And ultimately, there needs to be an output into this. And the only output, I think, which is critical is employment, because that's what people need at the moment. I understand that there's a lot of social things we can work on, but I think sometimes we've actually confused economic development with social development, and we actually need to move away from that idea. Now, the model's presupposition is, I think, based on two things. I think what Miles Monroe, the late theologian and leader, used to say is, our life is the sum total of all decisions we make every day, and those decisions are determined by our priorities. I think we need to reorientate our priorities to really say, how do we get employment out of this economy? And I think South Africa is rich enough, South Africa is more than able enough, and as a human capital, really address this issue. But as Master Yoda says, we must do or not. There is no try. And I think sometimes the government gets stuck in the idea of trying and overly theorizing things, instead of saying, listen, how do we actually start doing, understanding that mistakes will be made. And with that, I apologize for going over a bit with my time, and I hope the presentation we can actually engage with it, and that it actually served its purpose in this gathering. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pue. I think it was quite thought-provoking, the presentation that you have just made. And I really hope that there will be a proper engagement in all the inputs that is spare, because it is really, really challenging us as to what should be our role and how should we make sure that we build capacity to be able to respond to the needs of South Africa. We will continue, and Dr. Poor is the senior lecturer at the Wits School of Governance in Political Science and Governance. I didn't introduce you properly. Sorry for that, Doctor. Next will be Professor Nania Bolle-Muller. She's a head of department, the Developmental, Capable and Ethical State at Human Science Research Council, and she will give us an input on synthesis evaluation of state capacity with a focus on Director Generals and Head of Departments. Over to you, Professor Nania.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and thank you very much to the Chairperson for inviting me to present today. It truly is an honor, all protocol observed. So I'll be sharing my presentation. Okay, the sharing has been disabled. Is it possible that it, there we go. Thank you. Sorry, my eyes are not good, so let me just. Is that visible?
It is visible, Prof.
Thank you so much. So as mentioned, this is a very specific presentation because it's based on research that we've just completed for the presidency. I'd like to note that these are preliminary findings because the presidency will be releasing this report on the 23rd of this month. But hopefully it will still be of value to this esteemed forum. I head a program at the Human Sciences Research Council called the Developmental, Capable and Ethical State. And we try to do research on these very areas that are so important to South Africa. And this presentation will really touch upon the importance of having a capable state in order to achieve a developmental state. And of course, we never should forget about the ethics of it all. I'd like to thank Dr. Perry from WITS for saying that the HSRC is a value-add institution. That was really wonderful. We do try to provide evidence to policy advisors to our best abilities. So the primary research questions here was really the current status of state capacity. And we were asked specifically to focus on director generals and heads of department because they exist in such a sensitive position. And then the other question is, why is the state experiencing capacity challenges, especially at this level? So we had certain research objectives and scope that we had to follow. We looked at the system under which DGs and HODs operate, which is very complex, and all the factors related to that, including leadership skills, organizational configuration, and so on. And we found that there are some systemic issues that need to be looked at. We looked at the regulatory framework that impacts on the performance of DGs and HODs. We looked at the institutional architecture and organizational culture of government and how it impacts on service delivery. That is central to a developmental state. We looked at the issue of coordination, which has been mentioned this morning already, and particularly the administrative political interface and other critical factors that impact on the organization, capacity, and efficacy of the state. And I will be dealing with this in some detail. Lastly, we were asked to look at some best practice models in other countries, and I will also touch on that. So why did we do this? Why were we asked to do this? So accounting officers, including DGs and HODs in the national and provincial spheres of government, drive implementation of priority programs, as has again been mentioned this morning. So they're pivotal to what is necessary to lead change and development. However, studies have highlighted gaps and challenges in the state's capacity and its ability to achieve effective and efficient program implementation across all spheres of government. And we have found through our research and other research that has been done that this is largely because accounting officers are at the political administrative interface, which is often not conducive to the effective achievement of outcomes and service delivery. So this results in administrative instability, including systemic capacity vacuums, which contributes to ineffectiveness and inefficiencies in delivering government programs and services. So that issue of instability is really something we need to keep in mind. The survival and functioning of government systems depends on key issues, two of which, of course, this isn't a closed list, is to mobilize and effectively apply financial resources to pursue the implementation of programs of national interest. Secondly, we need to be able to guide national socioeconomic development. I noticed that Dr. Perry mentioned that perhaps we shouldn't confuse social and economic development, but I will refer to it as socioeconomic development because we're a social science council and we do focus on social development. If a capable state produces and delivers economic and social goods in accordance with its constitutional mandate, it can strengthen democratic legitimacy. The issue of democratic legitimacy...
Sorry, Prof. I just want to request that participants must please mute Mtangeni. Can you mute from Bojanala? Can you please mute? Because you are a bit of you are actually disturbing us. Mutangeni, just please, you might continue, Prof.
Thank you so much. So when it comes to the Constitution, and here I can have a debate again with Dr. Poe, there is a space in the Constitution for us to develop economically and socially. It's how we interpret the Constitution and use the Constitution, which is only a document. And this can strengthen democratic legitimacy. Other research that we've done at the HSRC has shown that trust in government is dropping at a rapid rate. And this really is problematic, because the moment we have that situation that there's no trust, then there would be no interaction, meaningful interaction.
Sorry, once again, but the slides are not moving.
I'm sorry, I'm still on that. Background and rationale. Is it there, number 2?
No, it's on the first slide. So can we get to at least, then it will assist. Okay. We thought there was a problem, but if there is no problem, please just.
No, there does seem to be. I am advancing the slides, and should be. Am I at the right place?
Continue. It's just that I will then ask our technical people to assist to see what they can help you with. Okay, but you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you. If a capable state produces and delivers economic and social goods, as I've mentioned, it can strengthen democratic legitimacy. But if state apparatus cannot adequately deliver on its constitutional mandate, it undermines perceived democratic legitimacy. And again, our research is showing a really disturbing trend in decrease in trust in governments. Developmental, capable, and ethical state requires skilled managers. And here it was identified by the presidency that we need to focus on directors general and heads of department with clear lines of authority and accountability to exercise their duties in a way that achieves optimal outputs and agreed outcomes. This requires an environment that is free from undue political influence, with effective systems and with a consistent and fair application of rules. For example, we need qualified, skilled, effective bureaucracy to ensure a high quality of governance in the pursuit of a transformed and inclusive democratic society. In terms of our methodology, we did a couple of things. So there was a literature review that we conducted where we looked at the Constitution and how the Constitution actually supports a developmental state. We also looked at the National Development Plan, Vision 2030, and it's becoming far more pressing now for us to actually move towards where we want to be in 2030. We looked at the public service context developments and reforms, the MTSF 2019-2024. We also did a media analysis, which was quite interesting. In other words, what's being said out there about these issues. The professionalization of the public service and the drive towards the professionalization of the public service was also part of our focus. And then we also looked at the AGSA and Public Service Commission reports and plans. Secondly, we conducted a number of case studies with government departments, interviewing DGs and HODs. We worked with DPSA, Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, DCOG, DSD, DTIC, DPE, and we also looked at international experiences. Thirdly, we did in-depth interviews with current and recent DGs and HODs, and we considered DPME's National Evaluation Policy Framework, its relevance, efficiency, effectiveness, impact, and sustainability. And we heard from DPME earlier about that. So the Constitution, the preamble of the Constitution really says everything that we need to know. Just to quote parts of it, we therefore, through our freely elected representatives, adopt this constitution as the supreme law of South Africa. But there are conditions on which that is done. To heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. To lay the foundations for a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people and every citizen is equally protected by law. Importantly, to improve the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person, and to build a united and democratic society. So here you can see it's not just pretty words. There are some really important principles in the preamble, and the preamble determines the interpretation and implementation of the Constitution. The founding provisions of the Constitution can be found in Section 1. Again, it's one sovereign democratic state, but there are certain principles and values on which this state is based. Firstly, human dignity, the achievement of equality, and the advancement of human rights and freedoms. Secondly, importantly, based on our history, non-racialism and non-sexism. Thirdly, the supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law. And then universal adult suffrage. But in the sentence is also the following. We need regular elections, etc. But it says there at the end of that sentence, to ensure accountability, responsiveness, and openness. So we don't just have elections for the sake of elections. Then Section 195 of the Constitution is relevant, and I'm sure you're very well aware of that. It contains the basic values and principles governing public administration. We need a high standard of professional ethics. This is in the Constitution. Effective economic and efficient economic and effective use of resources. Sorry, that stopped for me. I hope you saw what slide I'm on.
What slide are you on, Bro?
It's the Constitution, Section 195. You can just go on, just past this. Next. I'm there. Okay, so sorry about that. Services provided must be provided impartially, fairly, equitably, and without bias. People's needs must be responded to, and the public must participate in policy making. This is a real issue, I think, the issue of participation. We're not very good at that. There must be accountability in public administration, transparency, and this means we must receive timely, accessible, and accurate information. This is very practical guidance. There should be good human resources management and career development to maximize human potential. And of course, the careers of people within the public administration. And it should be broadly representative of the South African people. There should be employment, personnel management practices based on objectivity, fairness, and the need to redress imbalances of the past. So it's not only about representativity, but specifically related to the imbalances of the past and how to address these. Next slide, please. So going past the Constitution, we looked at the public service and the context and reform that's going on in the public service, and quite a lot is happening. Sorry, I see there's notes, yeah. Quite a lot is happening. First of all, the 20-year review happened with regards to the changing public service, also a study done by the presidency in 2014, where the focus was on transformation, a capable and developmental state. Skills for service delivery, constitutional values and principles must be embedded in how services are delivered and there should be professionalization of the public service. This was in 2014, and I know that the presidency has been pushing for professionalization. Uneven performance, corruption, and maladministration must be dealt with. We have seen how much money has been leaked out of the state as a result of poor performance, corruption, and maladministration. At the moment, and this was established in 2014, that post definitions for staff and DGs and HODs are ill-defined. And this means that they don't necessarily know what their job is because of the job descriptions that are ill-defined. And then also the National Development Plan's recommended solutions are reflected in the MTSF, again with regards to public service, the professionalization of the public service, new, more independent administrative head of the public service. This is very important and hasn't happened. Clear delegations to DGs and HODs to appoint their own staff. Key role for the Public Service Commission in the appointment of DGs and HODs, and longer fixed-term contracts for DGs and HODs. This last point is very important because the high turnover is one of the major problems that we are facing. Next slide, please. So the National School of Government's National Implementation Framework is relevant here because it looks at professionalizing the public service, and this was released in December 2020. So the NIF clearly states that we need to build a capable and developmental state, and we need to capacitate the public service and public capabilities. And there are various objectives here, and I'm sure this will be spoken about. Entrench a dynamic system of professionalization, strengthen legal and policy implements to professionalize categories of occupations in the public service. We need partnerships and relationships with professional bodies for an accountable public service that was mentioned earlier. Meritocratic recruitment and career management of the public service. And this is mentioned both in the NDP and in the MTSF. But we must take note that meritocratic must be interpreted correctly. And I think that China is a very good example of how a meritocratic administration can be developed without falling into the very dangerous class element that creeps in here. Excuse me. And then consequence management is a major issue, again, as we've seen in the Zondo Commission reports. So material irregularities are not really addressed, and that must happen. It needs to be done. Next slide, please. So building on this, we need to build a professional public service from below and above. So in other words, it should be driven also by the people who are served by the public service, and that is the people of South Africa. But I mean, more practically speaking, there is a particular value chain that needs to be taken into consideration. So there should be a clear pre-entry recruitment and selection criteria. There must be proper induction and onboarding. There must be planning and performance management and consequence management, continuing learning and professional development and career progression and career incidents. So we need people to know that they have somewhere to go in the public service. Meritocratic appointments should be made, as mentioned, particularly at middle and senior management levels, and there should be integrity tests that form part of competency assessments. There must be improvement of the Public Service Commission, and external experts should be used during interviews of DDGs, DG, and other accounting officers. The appointment of the head of the public service must manage the political administrative interface and the career incidents of HODs. And there must be an acting revolving door policy for specialist and technical skills whenever they are required. And this is to redress the imbalances of the past. So we know that there has been an overutilization of consultants, which is dangerous. But we need to take advantage of science councils and universities. Science councils such as the HSRC fall under the Department of Science and Innovation, and we are here precisely to assist with these kinds of things. Next slide, please. So international experiences, and the slide is somewhat controversial. And the next one, and I just want to say that, during the research and in conversation with the presidency, we did find that the experience in the UK has been very relevant to South Africa from an idealistic point of view. And I will explain that in a little bit. But we did look at the UK, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, India, Malaysia, and Singapore. We looked at the tradition in these countries, the way in which context has been adapted, and the evolution and reform of the public service. Excuse me. Including new public management in the 1980s and new political governance in terms of the introduction of advisors. But there is a gap between perception, reality, or ideal and reality. And the question is, are there shared class interests here? Or are there embedded class interests that may mitigate against true democracy? An interesting quote from the Civil Service Code of the UK, which civil servants have to state clearly: as a civil service, you are appointed on merit on the basis of fair and open competition, and are expected to carry out your role with dedication and a commitment to the public service, its core values: integrity, honesty, objectivity, and impartiality. Next slide, please. So despite its very many flaws, the ideal would be if the Westminster system without political interference could be used as an example of how we can do things better. The core characteristics of the system is merit-based selection, non-partisanship, anonymity, security of tenure, and ministerial responsibility. So that's an interesting one. The other principle, the next principle, is conceptual indivisibility of the executive and administrative branches of government as being core. And lastly, conventions of ministerial responsibility and accountability based on agreements that the primary duty of the public service is to serve the executive government, and that public servants are united with the ministers through the doctrine of ministerial responsibility, with ministers responsible for the strengths and failures of the work of their civil service, civil servants. And this is really quite different from the way in which we are doing things now. And it may be seen as somewhat controversial. However, we need to remove the politics here. And that's the important issue, or the negative politics in any event. Next slide, please. In terms of our media analysis, concerns are really focused on the political administrative interface. So there have been problems identified with the recruitment and appointment of DGs and HOD. There is a problem that's been identified by the media very often on vacancy rates and acting positions. And this does affect policy stability, continuity, and implementation. There's no doubt about that. There are too many vacancies and too many acting positions. Broad impact on the public service and public of tensions at the political administration interface. So this could lead to uneven service delivery, uneven corruption. There is a lack of stability and professionalism, which should be associated with improved audit outcomes. And the Auditor General, every year, everybody's shocked with what the Auditor General has to say. The values, ethics, and culture of professionalism is not strong enough. The media is also called for the depoliticized meritocratic appointment of the public service, and particularly DGs and HODs. Focus on integrity, competency tests. And we also need to learn from pockets of success in the public service. Frequent, well-planned management reviews of policy implementation. That does take place. So we need to look at the successes. Very important. Next slide, please. So lessons learned in terms of the case studies. Impact of leadership instability during a 5-year period was examined. 5 years is not a very long period. In several departments, the high turnover of DGs and HODs challenges the political administrative interface, which leads to instability and negative impact on performance. The point is performance leads to service delivery, which leads to economic development, because you then have you have equality of opportunity. If you provide basic services, for example, then people will be able to go out and find jobs instead of struggling to survive. Other factors also affected performance for many departments, including budgetary constraints. I'm not sure what we can do about that. We all face that. We noticed that from the departments that we looked at, the Department of the DTIC, the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, it is now called, is an exception. It is a stable department because there's been no turnover of the DG and no challenges at the political administrative interface, but it has faced other challenges, such as lottery board maladministration and corruption there. But it is a relatively stable department otherwise. Next slide, please. Next slide. So the recommendations in terms of the NDP and the 20-year review, we should mandate the National School of Government to implement strategies to build a professional civil service. And that is happening, and that is very good. We need to stabilize the political admin interface with a clarity of division of roles and responsibilities between political principals and administrative heads. There is a need for an administrative head of the public service to manage the career incidence and progression of HODs and DGs without undermining political oversight of senior public servants. It's a balancing process. Everything is. There should be fixed-term contracts for DGs and HODs while ensuring that incumbents can be removed for underperformance, in other words, consequence management. We need greater and more consistent delegation of authority for administrative matters from political principals to their DGs and HODs, and from DGs and HODs to managers. So the whole issue of delegation is important. And we need to implement a long-term skills development strategy for the public service. Next slide, please. The recommendations coming from the media reports again, an administrative head of the public service, who might also double as the cabinet secretary, should be established as a new position, or by allocating this duty to the DG in the presidency or DPSA. So there are a number of options available there. We need to distinguish between administrative functions and political office and establish a clear boundary between the two, but ensure that accountability lies also at the political level. Introduce integrity tests for shortlisted candidates, extend compulsory entrance examinations beyond senior management, and conduct occupational band competency tests for DGs and their deputies and HODs and their deputies. So these actually these recommendations overlap with the ones that I've just looked at. Next slide, please. So in terms of the case studies, further recommendations, so establish a head of the National Administration and Public Service to improve the management of the political administrative interface. Take steps to minimize the high turnover of DGs and HODs and other senior management and managers, and that is all about career progression. Provide oversight bodies such as legislatures to ensure applicable DPSA prescripts are institutionalized by accounting officers and their executive authorities. Ensure that government departments have adequate financial and human resources required to implement their mandates. Otherwise, we really can't blame them. We need to promote collaboration and partnerships with other stakeholders inside and outside government, including the private sector. Development, monitoring, and evaluation processes to deal with challenges, and then have effective measures to prevent political interference. This comes up over and over again. Next slide, please. So the Westminster system again came up. So to avoid potential for political interference by no political appointments of senior civil servants, to enjoy job security in a lifelong career where they can progress. Civil servants should be apolitical, committed to serving the interests of the public and the objectives of the government of the day. There should be an independent public service commission or public service board dominated by career officials or a head of administration. That has already been discussed. Promotion should be based on merit and seniority, and we should clearly define the respective roles of ministerial advisors and permanent officials, the nature and extent of ministers' delegation of authority to ministerial advisors, and parliamentary oversight of the overall number and conduct of advisors, because we do know that advisors have a lot of influence. Next slide. So we're continuing, well, we are not continuing with the work, actually. We've wrapped it up. But following the in-depth interviews with the DGs and HODs, further findings and recommendations have been made. As mentioned, the presidency will release the report on the 23rd of this month. We looked at the theory of change and the implementation plan that is needed to be developed to do what is waiting to be done. And we are also awaiting cabinet consideration of our research findings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Narnia, Paul and Mueller. And we will continue to save time. We will immediately call on Professor Mzukisi Kobo to continue with the case of South Africa on building state capacities and dynamic capabilities to drive social and economic development. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, Prof, just for the introduction. Prof Kobo is the head of the Wits School of Governance. I'm sorry that I actually omit that one. You may continue.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for having me, and all protocols observed. The two previous speakers in particular make my task a little easier because they've covered much of the detail with respect to the challenges that South Africa confronts on building state capacity. I keep on getting muted, Chair. So the two speakers have made my task easier. I will pick up the constitutional debate with TK at a university seminar. I'm going to share my screen and try to make this presentation a little conversational. I have a few slides that I will talk through. If if the organizer could please allow me to share the screen. This presentation, Chair, is based on a note we developed with two economists that are based at the UCL, Mariana Mazzucato and Reina Cattell. And this, we were developing these ideas as part of our input into the economic recovery and reconstruction plan towards the end of 2021. One of the challenges that are well known is that South Africa has many programs, has many policy frameworks, has many plans, and even has quite a big cabinet. But it seems that there is a challenge in getting things done, in getting implementation underway, in fulfilling the commitments that government sets for itself. Now, if you look at some of the programs that we've had, these predated the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, and we were, like many countries, caught unawares, caught underprepared by the pandemic in 2020, where we had to shift much of what we had planned. The pandemic arrived at a time when we had just finalized the economic strategy document. The National Treasury had just formulated an economic strategy document, which highlighted key areas where we needed to make interventions as a country. Many of these areas were in infrastructure, such as your energy, your water, your transport, as well as putting in place a key regulatory mechanism with respect to releasing spectrum, and many others were highly ambitious. So there was understandably a slow drag in achieving some of these commitments because the capacities had to be directed elsewhere. And we spent a good half of 2020 trying to manage the crisis that was on our hands through the state of disaster, as well as through special funding mechanisms for those that were destitute, the members of our communities that are on the margins. At the point when we thought we were coming out of the crisis, and before that perhaps, you would remember that government then put in place some institutions that could help to accelerate the reforms or unblocking of the reforms that were identified. And one such institution was Operation Vulindlela, and I'm going to say something about that. There were also master plan programs that were underway that straddle the pre-crisis and the crisis period. One of those master plans will be signed Thursday next week, the agriculture and agro-processing master plans. But many of these master plans were concluded before the crisis, and I will say something briefly about these and how and why they are relevant to look at against the backdrop of state capacity. I think it will be important, Chair, to paint very briefly the context that confronts us as a country and that confronts the world as we are now thinking about state capacity and are kind of updating the ideas that were in the paper that we wrote instead of just articulating that paper as it was, because so much has happened. Some of the challenges we faced, Chair and members, are well known, and these are the triple challenges of high levels of unemployment, poverty, high poverty levels, and inequality. Now we've become used and I would say inured to mentioning these challenges. They've kind of become abstract in our minds. Every minister or parliamentarian or business leader or academic, this kind of roll through their tongue, and sometimes we don't really reflect the real meaning of these challenges at the bottom of the pyramid, where communities are many dependent on grant earning members or grant receiving members of their households. Some laid off during the Chair. Someone is raising a hand. I'm not sure if I should pause.
Prof may continue. After you have concluded, there will be an opportunity for people to raise questions or issues. So whoever is raising it should be by accident now. Okay.
Thanks, Chair. So there are these real challenges that hit, especially Black communities, where they aren't, the social capital is very low. Resilience is very weak, and many of these communities are still trapped in the spatial arrangements that were a creation of the apartheid system. So whatever economic or social challenges that emerge, they compound already existing economic and social strain. We've had rising debt levels, debt to GDP ratio, especially accelerating in the last 10 years between 2007 and the present. Fiscal strain, government resources are dwindling fast because of the rising demands on the fiscus, high levels of youth unemployment, and a possibility that we will countenance a generation that in its lifetime would never have seen a workplace, would never have worked in their lives. And these structural problems reproduce themselves because they get passed on to the next generation, and they create a rather somber national psyche. And many of you will know that the quotation by O.R. Tambo that a nation that doesn't value its youth doesn't value its future. We've also had multiplying energy crises, and these have been with us since the late 90s, but in the last decade they have intensified. Ports and rail freight. Minister Gina highlighted some of these. Extreme levels of concentration by large firms and continuing ecosystem challenges facing small, micro, and medium enterprises. Essentially, absence of inclusive value chains in the economy because many product markets are dominated by large firms, from finance to other services, to manufacturing, to mining, to agriculture and agribusiness, as well as, of course, constraints to accessing financing. These challenges remain with us, and they are worsening. In addition to these challenges, Chair, there are new challenges that are facing all countries in the world, or many countries in the world, and they are occasioned by a multiplicity of crises linked to geopolitics, compounded by the Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which has triggered increases in the price of energy, the price of metals, the price of food, and raising inflationary concerns around the world, and with serious humanitarian or food security implications. They are going to be, or rather we starting to see global supply chain dislocations. We, in the past, especially since the beginning of the new millennium, 2000s, many supply chains were globally dispersed as part of managing costs and efficiencies. This is changing gradually, and we are now seeing greater regionalization of supply chains, relocation of supply chains closer to the main areas of production. Many Western countries are hedging their supply chains. Many Western firms are hedging their supply chains, especially in the wake of the Trump's tariff wars with China, and now geopolitical schisms occasioned by Russia-Ukraine war. And this spells many challenges for developing countries, for African countries, and for South Africa, which is highly trade dependent. It will increase the cost of trade. It will make it harder to source inputs on time, and may very well affect the availability of certain goods. And this may worsen if the European Union introduces carbon adjustment measures at the border. There are also concerns with international monetary stability, as some countries will start to diversify from dollar holding, and new currencies become preferred, or crypto and other forms of digital currencies seen as hedging currencies. The weakening of multilateral trading system, which has served many countries very well. I know there are challenges with the WTO, but in the absence of a multilateral trading system, it makes it difficult to have clear rules for trading, and it skews the balance of power more in favor of larger economies. There are other challenges that we are all familiar with, the persisting climate change related risks, and the floods in KZN, and some of the natural disasters we see in parts of the continent are not unrelated to these climate change related risks, and heavy pressure for just energy transition, and acceleration of digital transformations, and all of these requires a state that is capacitated to respond to these emergent risks, while also continuing to play its role effectively in addressing some of the legacy challenges in the structure of our economy and society. And very interestingly, the World Economic Forum, in its recent global risks report, has identified a number of new risks, and it calls these social cohesion erosion, livelihood crisis, and mental health deterioration. So these are not, some are individuals, they affect individuals, but if you look at it in systemic terms, the multiplication of mental health deterioration will have an impact on the health system, will have an impact on high levels of absenteeism, could have an impact on organizational resilience, because if constituent members are not resilient, organizations will not be resilient. So when we think about state capacity, we've got to bear in mind that we're not just thinking about the challenges that that we've been facing in government, those that are related to public administration. And the first speaker, I think it was Honorable Masondo, and the two presenters that followed met it out very well, that there are indeed major challenges facing public administration at the national, provincial, and local level. But also, we are part of a global community. We are part of an interdependent system of global governance, and the risks that emanate externally will, without a doubt, affect us as a country. You would recall that when we confronted the global financial crisis in 2008, it set us back in a very major way, and many of the challenges related to growth, related to current account deficits, related to constraints in productive capacities domestically, and inability of our economy to grow and create jobs were largely linked to those. So we can't ignore the external environment. So the challenges we confront can be worsened by an inclement global environment. So I wanted to just put these slides there for the purpose of context. So I think it's the next thing I want to just move on to quickly is just to think about what exactly are we talking about when we talk about state capacity, and if we are to resolve some of these challenges related to state capacity, what exactly will we be required to do or to work on? There are semantics, or strictly strict academic speak, distinctions between state capabilities and state capacity, and I don't want us to be hung up about those. So I'm going to use largely state capacity to include both. But I will be a bad academic if I don't attempt at least some conceptual distinction. And this is not definitive. Different people have different ways of conceiving or defining state capacity versus state capabilities. For me, state capacity refers to skills, technical knowledge, finance, and other resources at the disposal of the state. And these are meant to enable the state to carry out its functions. And the functions and the requisite resources for carrying out, I've lost I've lost my presentation on my side. But essentially, state capacity refers to a gamut of skills, technical capacities, finances, and resources the state needs to carry out its functions. And many of these are captured in Nania's presentation when you look at some of the deficiencies related to why the state is not performing professionally, and why we needed to develop the professionalize the state. And I was fortunate to be part of that process, which was very intense. And I really hope that we can take forward some of those recommendations in order at least to address the technical and managerial dimensions of the state, as well as some of the tensions that lie at the administrative and political interface. State capability, on the other hand, is a much broader set of resources and capabilities. It also includes cumulative investments and capacities. It entails leadership, vision, mission, and the purpose of the state, the reason for the existence of the state, as well as the alignment of these strategic elements with activities and priorities within the state. It's also about state-society nexus and how the state governs the markets. Now here, I do want to make a few points that oftentimes when we talk about state capacity, there's a narrow lens through which we conceive of state capacity, which is that we need to have an efficient state. Yes, the efficient state is great. We need to have a state where there is no corruption. Yes, indeed, we shouldn't have corruption because that is costly to the fiscus, diverts resources away from the poor to line up the pockets of the few, and it creates deformities within the system of governance. It's also, we also think of state capacity in terms of the technical functional areas within the state. Yes, that is important. However, oftentimes what we leave out in thinking about state capacity is the strategic thrust of the state. The fact that the state exists to deliver services to its citizens, and contextually, the state, and in a narrow sense, government in South Africa, is confronted with a major challenge to lead social and economic transformation, i.e., to obliterate the socio-economic legacy of apartheid, to restore dignity in the main to Black people who form the largest column of the poor and the marginalized, and to defeat the inequalities in society, to transform property relations in society in favor of the historically marginalized. So that language is kind of frowned upon today. It's kind of a swear word, and what we tend to hoist in the main are the efficiencies, the technical efficiencies, and the small fixes on the margins, a problem-solving approach to governance rather than a radical, transformative approach to governance. So there is also an absence of conviction and courage about asserting these points. I mean, even on a small scale, and I'm saying on a small scale, kind of guardedly, if you look at some of the tensions that have been generated in the last 2 years of the pandemic, and the pressure to put in place the social relief for distress and to think about a long-term social protection mechanism. This came under heavy opposition that the government or the state doesn't have money, and some arguing that to do this is to send a wrong message, and what we need to focus on is job creation, as if you don't extend a social protection and enhance social protection, you are immediately going to create jobs. Conveniently, we say that government doesn't really create jobs; it's the private sector that creates jobs. But when it comes to social protection, which is an instrument that government gives, the argument is almost to say, if you don't extend this, you are going to create jobs, and these arguments are rather strange in my view. Secondly, there's the issue about the budget, public finance management. And here I'm speaking from a normative perspective. If you normatively you believe that something must be done, you reallocate resources to achieve the ends that you want to see. But if normatively you don't really believe something should be done, the argument becomes a fiscal one. that we don't have resources to cater for it. So state capacity should be about the ability to influence and to achieve transformative outcomes in society rather than simply efficiencies. Efficiencies are important. I don't want to be misread. We need to achieve efficiencies. Corruption must be defeated, but that's not the only agenda that we should be about. Even our conception of ethics should be recast. So ethics have two-sided. It's like a coin with two-sided, two sides. On the one hand, it's about what ought not to be done, i.e., do not steal, do not abuse public resources, do not engage in wasteful expenditure, do not find yourself in a situation of conflict of interest. There should not be a suggestion that this is the case, but we leave it at that as a halfway house. The other dimension of ethics is a positive conception of ethics, which is about, an ethical society is a society that cares about human dignity, that cares about equitable distribution of resources, that cares about the capabilities, especially of its vulnerable members, that cares about equality. And none of these things have been achieved in South Africa. And we are in an unethical state, largely because we have not done much to achieve ethics in a positive sense. And the focus on ethics in a negative sense forecloses innovative and creative approaches about building a better society. And you find this lens of thinking, the limited lens of thinking about state capabilities across different dimensions of our lives, in social, economic, in sectors of the economy, how the state ought to govern the markets. A couple of, I think a week ago, I wrote a piece, and I don't want this to be a subject of the discussion about the virtues of nuclear energy. And I knew when I was writing it that there's going to be a lot of opposition. And one of the opposition is that these sorts of projects allow for corruption. And I find this argument very, very interesting. Anything that is to do with large-scale developmental projects, especially where the state is at the center of driving outcomes, it's opposed because the state is corrupt or will be corrupt. So we are happy to postpone developmental outcomes under the argument that the state is by its very nature corrupt, and that we should try economic delivery models that do not involve the state. We should hollow out the state and allow private sector participation only, which is the issue with where you, and that's why I think a segment of our population tends to promote your renewable energy, independent power producers, because it's only the private sector. The state isn't a participant, and this forecloses thinking creatively about managing long-term social and economic change. For an example, on social change, if you look at social protection doesn't need to be a purist, narrow instrument. You could blend it with economic activity, where you use social protection to catalyze economic activities, either because the recipients promote, local economic, local businesses. They spend, you would create the instrument in such a way that they spend locally. They are able to use those resources optimally to find jobs or to invest in the informal sector for to multiply economic gain. So you can use social protection for economic multipliers. On the economic side, if you look at a country like Algeria, with its renewable energy independent power producers, because if you look at many of these programs, they are oversubscribed wherever you go. And the reason why they are oversubscribed is because they rely on government largesse. They earn welfare from government, either through subsidies or through state guarantees. So they will never survive on their own if you were to take out state guarantees or you were to take out subsidies. So they are not as yet competitive in that sense. So Algeria created a state investment instrument that for all these renewable energy programs that come, the state takes 25% equity. If you were to propose that in South Africa, they will say the state is going to be corrupt if it starts to do that. So the point about building state capabilities is about achieving critical mission outcomes that are linked to transforming social and economic relations in the country, because you can achieve your efficiencies, but if you don't overcome or overhaul the structural weaknesses in our economy, you have a build-up of resentment, and you will not build a cohesive economy. And as I said earlier on, if you look at the World Economic Forum, one of the risks it highlights is social cohesion risk. This is self-explanatory, and I don't want to take up more time than I am given. These are interlocking elements of state capacity. So the state, so you have the state-society nexus, the state-market relations, where the state co-creates. It doesn't just manage the markets to prevent market failures, for an example, to deconcentrate the economy. But it also co-creates markets. And one example of co-creating markets is the one that I've just made, related to state taking equity in the energy markets, or state taking equity in the digital markets, or state venturing into new areas of innovation, your battery technology, because the markets do not want to sink investment into R&D, including financing, say, your infrastructure for electric vehicles. So you may want the state to co-create those markets, but to also benefit on the upside. I mean, if you look at some of the very interesting innovations that we've had, your internet, the state co-created that market. If you look at Tesla, if it was not because of the Federal Credit Institution Agency in the US, you will not have Tesla today. Whatever people say about the brilliance of Elon Musk, he would not exist in the fashion he does if it was not because of state finance. Electric vehicles, this is a project in the US that benefits a lot from state funding. So the one critical mission outcome for state capacity is that of innovation and that of co-creating or co-shaping markets instead of simply just regulating markets where there are concentrations. There are 6 elements that I identify that are very important for effective and enhanced state capacities. Ethics, the state has to be ethical, no doubt. It's got to have social legitimacy. It's got to be legitimate in the eyes of the public. What do the average members of our society think when we say politician? So we've got to give them a really positive conception of what a politician, what a minister, and what government is. So social legitimacy is key to state capacity. Leadership and strategic management, and this is an area that was we discussed in my work stream when we were looking at professionalizing the public service. There've got to be clear critical mission outcomes, social compacting, and other capacities. If we can get this right, in my view, we would show up the capacities of the state. I'm just really moving quickly. Some of the things that are in the slides I've already made. In the South African context, we identified, that is, government identified as part of the economic recovery and reconstruction program, 8 critical missions: 1, energy security, building a thriving industrial base, public employment programs, infrastructure, macroeconomic interventions, green economy, food security, tourism. And Minister Gina said quite a bit about reimagined industrial policy, where the master plan programs are a derivative. There are, of course, gaps and there are dangers in terms of how, or risks rather, in terms of how we achieve some of these critical missions. Government, the South African government still, departments still work as fifths. There's a lot of fiefdom in government, and that needs to be overcome. So you do need a center to bang the heads together. I mean, you see this a lot in the energy space, renewable energy and climate change. If you could talk to someone at Department of Environment or someone at DMR or someone at DTI, these programs are not yet coherent. You don't have a green industrial policy that you would implement without a joined up way of planning between these 3 departments in particular, with the support, of course, of DPME. So these are some of the challenges we still face. The master plan programs, these were social compacting programs, and they are there, but how are they absorbed into the planning process of government is going to be a challenge, because these are meant to be change management programs within government, so that the government departments are aligned into the outcomes of these master plan, rather than having them to gather dust, and so that they are able to take these to contest for funding from the National Treasury, and then build them into the APPs of the officials in these departments. Otherwise, what you will have master plans, and you'll have officials doing what they were always doing, because there was no change management program. I'm not going to say much about this because of time. I wanted to talk about how other countries and regions have built or attempted to build state capacity. And just to conclude, Chair, I just want to emphasize that state capacity is much more than merely solving a narrow set of problems, or building efficiencies, or training and development in government, or stopping cadre deployment, as much as all those things need to be fixed. But it has a more mission-focused agenda, which is to change the structures of the past that are continuing to bedevil us today. Race-based inequalities, high levels of deprivations in townships and rural areas, urban-rural divides, poor infrastructure in rural areas and in townships, and skewed patterns of ownership in the economy, tiny white layer at the top, and a bulk of a black small and informal sector at the bottom. It's about gender equality, changing the boardrooms, changing the participants in the economic system, overcoming the high levels of concentration that are a legacy of the past. So we should think about state capacity beyond just fixing governments, but to fixing social and economic structure. I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Prof. The next 30 minutes. Have you concluded, Prof?
I've concluded, Chair. I'm going to shut down my video.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. The next 30 minutes, we want to use it to engage the previous presentations. If there is anyone that want to engage the previous presentations, they can just do it by raising hand on the raise hand function on the system. before we will give over to the chairperson to continue with the program. I take it that people are stretching because we are all on a virtual platform. So we will not specifically have a time where we will allow for stretching of legs and so on. So, yes, can we have more hands? I think it is Mr. Dumisani Klope, followed by Mr. Narend Singh, Honorable Singh. As any other hands? So we will now allow Mr. Klope. Mr. Klope. Mr. Singh.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the meeting, and I greet the Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP as well, and everybody, all my colleagues and everybody else that's logged into this very, very important conference. Firstly, at the outset, just to say thank you very much for having convened this workshop, and I think you yourself, Chairperson, and the Chairperson of the NCOP will realize that one day is certainly not enough for us to be able to come up with practicable solutions at the end of the day, which will guide the way our democracy functions moving forward. Well, I know time is against us, but perhaps we need you and the organizers need to see how this could be done on a 2-3 day basis, where perhaps, Honorable Chairperson, as far as I'm concerned, the academics have spoken. Our Deputy Minister has spoken. But the thing is, for me, we as politicians, we hear them, the academics. Do we listen to them? And there's a difference between hearing and listening, because most of what they have said, Dr. Poe and Nanya and the last speaker, are also relevant to building a capable state. And perhaps just right at the beginning to suggest that, maybe we must get political party leaders and a few of the people that they bring along and these academics to talk to us for a week somewhere, so that we can come up with implementable programs. That's just a suggestion that I'm making. But on the presentation by DPME, just to say, Honorable Chairperson, the district development model is not something new. We've had such a model in the last 20 years. It was called something else, and I don't remember what it was called at that time. But it is a very valuable model that we need to make sure that is not only put down in a plan and theorized about, but is how is it practicalized? And I think that's our biggest challenge, the interaction between the three spheres of government and making sure that what we put down in a plan is implemented, implementable, and, we need to know what is happening. And I hope DPME has got these kinds of statistics available in a war room kind of environment, where for every district, we should be able to know, every district in the country, we should be able to know what is happening, who is doing it, do they have resources to do whatever they're doing, and has that been communicated to members of the public? And, very often we find, and I think you more than I are aware of this, being a former premier, that functions are assigned to different spheres of government, particularly local government and provincial government, without funds following the implementation of the function. So, in a broad brush, I've really enjoyed all the presentations, but it gives us an idea of what the problems are. It analyzes the problems. But for me, Honorable Chairpersons and colleagues, we need to find solutions on how academics, the NGO society, labor movements, and government can come together seriously and consider these proposals that are being made. But well done on organizing this particular interaction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Singh. I just want to mention that after this session, we are going to have the Minister of COCTA, and the issue of district development model will be in the next session more broadly discussed. Thank you very much for the acknowledgement and the accolades. We appreciate it. Mr. Slope.
Yeah, can you hear me?
There is an issue with your you may speak. Possibly we will hear you now. Okay. Just want to put my charge. You can try, because there is a problem with your connectivity, but you can try, Mr. Klope. There is definitely a serious challenge with your connectivity, Mr. Klope.
Can you hear me now?
It's still a bit unclear, but you may continue so that we can listen. There's a problem of load shedding. You may try to continue. I think we lost him again. Is there a Honorable Makurupeki? Do you still want to ask a question? Makurupeki?
Thanks very much. My name is Makoma Makurupeki, the member of the legislature in Limpopo.
It's because they put you, Mr. I was not sure. I'm really sorry. Sorry, my dear.
I'm sorry. My name is Makoma Makurupeki from the Limpopo Provincial Legislature. Indeed, I'm joining Honorable Singh for making the input of thanking you in terms of the workshop that has been organized for all of us. It's indeed a very good experience and learning. My question, Chair, is on the presentations that have been made, because I've attended a number of meetings where the issue of capacity of the state is being discussed. To say, as the South African government, we have got good policies as made by Parliament, but we have got challenges when it comes to implementation. Now, I would be interested to know from the presenters, from the first presenter up to where they've ended, to say, is there any way they've ever looked in terms of what are the monitoring and evaluation mechanisms that exist? Because sitting where I'm sitting, I'm thinking we've got the National Department of Performance Planning, Performance and Monitoring, led by the minister at national level. But how do you link itself to the both provincial government and local government? Because I'm not sure at what level it's headed by the provincial government, and how do you link that at a local government? Because on the planning side, we have got the strategic plans, which is aligned to the IDPs, which we hope the district model is trying to reinforce that. But on the monitoring and evaluation, so that we don't have a situation where you find in local government, instead of money being redirected to do certain projects in a municipality, the money is being either held back by National Treasury to say, because we have not spent the money or it was not spent correctly, therefore either your actual share or the grant is now held back. At the end of the day, because of that, it's the community that suffers. Because if the money was meant for a road or it was meant for water, and because of the manner the municipality has not implemented the project, when the municipality has been punished, the people at the end of the day who are punished are a municipality. So my question is more on monitoring and evaluation. Do we have anyone who has done that kind of an assessment that says, when you've got this good department at national level headed by the minister, who's heading at the provincial level, and how does it link to a municipal level, to the level that it goes to the community so that we don't have money lost in the process? Because I hear people talking a lot about corruption. Yes, corruption is the big word that all of us, we try to want to hide behind it now, although yes, there's evidence of corruption, but my concern is somewhere there are some weaknesses in the system that exist that need to be dealt with. Thanks so much, especially because as portfolio committees, when you try to do your oversight, you see that a lot of work it get failed at the implementation level, but monitoring by the people who are implementing becomes another big issue. Thanks very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Makurupeki. I would ask the department in the presidency to respond to that one specifically. Mr. Hlope, I don't know whether you have made it back on the platform. If not, let us just get the response to the question from DPME, and any other one that want to, of our presenters that want to say something with regards that, you can just indicate so that we can then now have responses and go to the next session, because I think there will also be a lot of information and that will possibly be engaged on. The Minister NDZ, do you want to respond there? Or you want to ask a question?
I want to say, to make a comment rather than to respond.
Yeah.
Am I allowed?
Yes, you are indeed. You are part of the...
Yes.
The same.
I was going to make a request to the presenters, and we are going to write to them, because we are doing a 21-year review of local government. And we would really appreciate if they could also make their inputs in terms of a 21-year review, how they see local government, including how they see not only the review, but what to do going forward, including what they see could be done in terms of local economic development as well. So I'm making that request. We will formally write to them, but if they could respond in terms of whether they think it's something they could do, because I found the presentations quite useful, and I thought they would enrich the 21-year review if they did make some inputs to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Dr. Pua? Dr. Pua? You want to say something? Yes?
No. Apologies. It was just, I think it was in response to the previous member. I'm going to try maybe, well, I don't know how to put this. I think sometimes we've taken certain things for granted. We've taken certain statements, and this is one way I always try to correct students and people I've worked with, which says a truth which has become to accept, which is actually not truth. The idea that South Africa has great policies but lacks implementation. I want to maybe just hoping this conference will actually end that myth, because it really is more myth than reality. In truth, you can't have a good policy and not have good implementation. That basically means you created something, but you didn't know how to implement it. And that really makes no sense. It's actually it's nonsensical. It shouldn't actually be part and parcel of any discussion. If anything, it's actually good that maybe the previous minister spoke. I think the two policies I always raise as flagships of great South African policy making is, one was the previous ban on smoking, how that came about, just the thinking around it and how much effort actually went into it. If you've lived in Germany, if you've lived in Europe, you understand that some of the things we take for granted here, that banning smoking in public areas and how that was actually attached to the larger broad mandate of public health, especially for women that are pregnant and children. You actually don't find that overseas. And that was actually a great example of South African policy, which not only was well thought of, but there was actually implementation attached to it. And there was also the one of the National Credit Act, which, yes, now I think it's a bit problematic because, look, the economy is not as great as it was. But the idea that you need to actually put some level of responsibility within the financial services institution when they're actually lending out credit. I think it was good for them, but now I think we might need to revise it because it's becoming a bit harder, especially for people who want to take children to varsity and everything to actually raise money and ideas. So I really just wanted to come in at that idea that I think we need to maybe squash this myth which says we have great policies, but we've got poor implementation. In fact, a lot of the policies we have, and I think one of the speakers, I think CB puts it, that they're overly too theoretical and actually don't think about implementation. And part of implementation is that you need to clearly and intrinsically put the idea of how you're going to monitor and evaluate what you want to do. I think what we have in South Africa is we've got great discussions about policy, and you see this a lot in economic development policy and also state-owned entities, where there's always a big idea. But when you actually have to ask for the material, the empirical data, which is supposed to support this, we don't get it. So we move from what was a good idea, and then for 3 or 4 or 5 years, we struggle to actually put that together. I think the onus needs to change. We need to find out how was it that the smoking ban, how was it that the National Credit Act were so differently put together and actually achieve their results, and then we're able to possibly move on from there. But this idea which we keep saying, because I have to say it's a fallacy, where we say we have great policies. No, we don't have great policies. We've got maybe good policy thinking and ideas, but because you can't have a policy that doesn't have implementation. So that's where I just wanted to come to. I think we really do need to rethink what we actually mean by public policy in South Africa and it being great, because you cannot decouple actual policy from implementation. So I just want to stop there, Chair.
Thank you very much, Doc. I think you addressed something that is quite rife in South Africa, particularly in the public sector. And I think it's giving a bit of perspective to this specific issue. We will just request Mr. Serfontein, is there anything from the side of DPME that you want to? Councillor Ngubane, find the raise hand function, but we will allow you. Let's allow Councillor Ngubane before we come to Mr. Serfontein. Councillor Ngubane, because you are a presenter, at least let's allow him. Unmute. Yes, I wonder
if I'm audible.
You are audible.
Am I audible?
If you can open your video, if you can open your video just a bit so that we see you on the TV screen. Oh. If it is a problem, you can close your video and continue speaking, but it would be good for us because it's a direct broadcast.
How is that? Is it fine now? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My greetings to the Honorable Chairperson and also the members of the executive who are there. I heard that the line function minister, Honorable Dr. Lamin is there, Zuma, and also other colleagues that are there. I think first and foremost, one needs to also appreciate and thank this workshop for the benefit that we are getting. Unfortunately, there is much that is said by the academic, which I think is very important for us as the policymakers and also as a country, which I think need also to be taken very serious note of. I think the Honorable Minister did indicate, as other people did in fact talk about this model system. But the only shortfall that we experience, because I can tell you—
Recording in progress.
A lot of our money, Chairperson, is used for these policy makings, for the strategic workshops, for the meetings and conferences like this. But when it comes to implementation, as the other people were citing, is also a concern. I wonder, when will we reach a stage where we are going to say, we have strategized enough, we have in fact crafted our policies, and we are sure of, let us now do something that is supposed to be done accordingly. My concern is that even the district development model won't work if it is unfunded mandate. We have to say, clearly, we have this policy. Yes, we have to also now try and implement what we are saying and also see to it that practically it is done accordingly. Otherwise, it will be good a story to tell, but without tangible outcomes out of it. I yearn for the day, because I also joined local government and the governments before 2000. I yearn for the day where we are all going to be sure of what we are doing and accept and also appreciate that we have done a lot in teaching, in workshopping, in also brainstorming, and then implement just that. If it could be done that way, I can appreciate it myself. I'm therefore, on behalf of local government, suggest that we do that as soon as possible. Otherwise, more than 30 years will have come and gone for a democratic South Africa without having developed its intended people. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Councillor. I will just now give to Mr. Henk Serfontein if there is anything that you want to respond specifically with the issue of coordination and planning. And then I will hand over to the chairperson of the NCOP to continue with the program. Mr. Serfontein.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, members and ministers. Yeah, I think responding to Councillors Ngubeni and Honorable Singh's input, yes, I think what we're trying to do, firstly through the budget reprioritization program, and then also if honorable members would know that within the one plan, we also talk about the one budget, and it is definitely to see how we can influence and ensure that those priorities that are set are actually funded. Because we've experienced that, and members have indicated to it that yes, there is not always, the budget doesn't sort of flow the plans and support the plans and the priorities. So yes, and we are sort of doing what we do, some quality assurance assessments on the one plans that were submitted, and it's a joint project between DPME and Department of Corporate Governance, and then so I do think we're seeing it as a work in progress for us to improve the plans, and then to also ensure that the appropriate funding is there to implement those plans. Because unfortunately, we also have a saying, what doesn't get budgeted doesn't get done. So I think we definitely take that and accept all of that. And then I think on Honorable Mokoropeni Peki's comments about the integrated monitoring evaluation system between the three spheres of government and how we do that. And when I saw that Honorable Minister Minister Zuma was on the platform, I was hoping she would take this one. But I mean, the Department of Corporate Governance, or the Ministry of Corporate Governance, they would sort of be doing the monitoring over the sort of local government. But I think we all have also developed in DPME integrated planning, monitoring, and evaluation framework, and I'm definitely sure we can also come and present that in where we are sort of attempting to do monitoring across all the spheres of government and all of that through that. And as apologies also to mention to Honorable Singh's question about DDM and whether there's a war room and that in place, just to mention also that the Department of Corporate Governance have also are in advanced stage of setting up what they call a district development management information system, which will be collecting and visualizing for us the district information. And then we also have a presidential steering committee on the district development model that would then at a strategic level monitor the implementation of the DDM. And I think our findings at the moment is it's new. I do accept that honorable member said it's not a new concept, but I think we are busy establishing it, and I think we are seeing there's areas of improvements in that to work towards. But yeah, thank you. I hope I've answered the questions. Thanks, members.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Serfontein. I know there will be, at the end of the session, of the total session, there will be vote of thanks. But let me just express my appreciation to the initial presenters. It was so much thought-provoking and, like the minister said, useful information. We really want to express our appreciation. Therefore, and I will now give over to the chairperson of the NCOP, the Honorable Masondo, to continue with the program. Thank you very much for the opportunity that I could get to be part of such a wonderful session up to now. Honorable Masondo, you may take over the presiding over this.
Yes, so thank you very much, Deputy Chair of the NCOP and Program Director. We will now move on to the remaining presenters. And at the end of their presentation, collective presentation, we will then open up for discussion and more words of wisdom. So we'll start with the Honorable Minister, Clarice Dlamini Zuma. So I'll now call upon the Minister to make a presentation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Masondo, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Lucas, Chairperson and members of the Select Committee on COPTA, members of the academia who have been presenting, honorable ministers who are here and presenting, distinguished guests. Let me first start by thanking you for giving me this opportunity to participate in this conference, to explore state capability with a view to identifying weaknesses whilst devising strategy mechanisms to accelerate policy implementation. Of course, the conference comes 2 days shy of the 3 years since our people voted for the 6th administration on the 8th of May 2019. Thus, the time for identifying and strategizing has really long passed its sunset. Our people's patience has long waned. There was a 15% decline in voter turnout from 2016 to 2021 in local government elections, which signals that waning patience. Of course, voter turnout is but one indicator, but the International Institute of Democracy and Electoral Assistance notes, and I quote, declining voter turnout signals the deep problems democracies are facing today. Lower turnout suggests that fewer citizens consider elections the main instrument for legitimizing political parties, control, and political decision-making. In the South African context, the University of Johannesburg Center for Social Change has shown that there is an emerging trend of some 14% of voters who have become hardened abstainers, meaning that they have abstained from voting in all three of the last elections. Further, 58% of those who abstained in 2021 local government elections had voted in at least one of the last two elections. According to the UJ research, these abstainers are most likely to be under 35, meaning that in the close horizon, political party appeal across the board is declining too. These abstainers are also more likely to be men and Blacks, with Africans having the highest proportion. Whereas service delivery has been cited as the main reason for abstention, it appears to be the third highest reason for abstention. 19% of the respondents cited service delivery as the main cause of abstention. However, 34% cited individual barriers, such as not being registered in the voting districts on election day or being busy at work. This may indicate the devaluation of electoral democracy and preemptive disengagement. 22% cited administrative barriers, which include not being registered or not having an ID book, and 17% were uninterested or disillusioned. Nonetheless, all these reasons are within the purview of the state and political parties and can be solved by either aggressive voter registration and public information or quality service delivery. This global voter participation decline suggests a global winter for democracy. The masses are gradually seeing through what former president of Cuba, Fidel Castro, called the, and I quote, permanent hurricane of underdevelopment, where some people's rights to have everything is asserted, whilst others have nothing, close quote. Consequently, communities are finding alternative forms of organizing and mobilizing. As the IDEA research shows, these forms include mass protests, Occupy movements, social media. These platforms often lack just and fair rules of engagement. This challenges constitutional imperatives, democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. At times, this results in phenomena such as xenophobia, Afrophobia, and discrimination, which fuel the existing state of lawlessness. Since development and the attendant challenges happen in a locality, these alternate forms of engagement are organized at a local level. This also suggests, as you have suggested in your invitation to us, that the local sphere is the battleground for the developmental state. In this regard, the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation policy brief on trust in government is informative. It shows a declining trust in government, with local government being the least trusted. It observes that confidence in local government is at 34%, which is lower than that of the provincial government at 36% and national government at 42%. Despite congruence in the overall trust in government globally, the local government conclusions in South Africa are different from experiences in some other nations. For instance, the latest Deloitte survey into state and local government in the United States of America offers an analysis on trust, which entails competence and intent. It concludes, and I quote, "The bottom line is that the state and local governments in general were viewed more favorably than the federal government." Whereas the conclusions may also have to do with the differing expectations, powers and functions, and resources of the various levels of government in the USA. There are then three valuable lessons to be gathered in relation to trust. Firstly, in those nations, mission matters because the roles and responsibilities of the various levels and agencies of government are not blurred. Secondly, these various agencies have the requisite capabilities and capacities to deliver on the mandate, especially at the local level. And finally, with the advancement of technology, digital experience have driven trust in government and its agencies, especially at local government. This means the best is offered to the local sphere. You see, in South Africa, we tend to send the most inexperienced and the most junior to local government, whereas in other countries it's different. And in our country, the local sphere is the least resourced, both in terms of skills, but also in terms of financial resources. Even at administrative level, the capacity constraints are evidenced by the latest capacity study by the Municipal Demarcation Board, which shows that 62% of municipalities do not have sufficient skilled staff in key areas, such as community service, development planning, and also in the technical departments. So, and then the human science research, latest research on local government capacities partially attributes these shortages to the large mismatch between skills development plans and training efforts. These are also instances where well-qualified people join the municipality, but there is no system in place to absorb and use those skills productively. These cohorts end up being frustrated, hence the high turnover in various municipalities and high number of senior officials in acting capacities. This leads to the outsourcing of functions, such as the production of financial reports, to private companies, or sometimes even the drawing of IDPs documents to consultants. Consequently, the NDP identifies capacity issues as a leading challenge that undermines the creation of a capable, democratic, developmental state. In fact, we have been talking but not implementing what we call the skills revolution, because this is not only an issue at local government, but it's an issue even in the economy. So the skills revolution is something that needs to be implemented. And of course, also at the root of the problems at local government, the instability there, is the lack of economic development. because this means that at a local level, there are limited, meaningful opportunities, with the state being the main or the only source of influence in income, employment, and livelihood. If you take some of the rural municipalities, the biggest employer is government and then retail. And if the biggest employer is government, it means everyone would want to be either in government or have a friend or an associate in government. Also, you find that small and medium businesses there also only have really meaningful economic transactions with the local government, with the municipality. So it is not surprising that we see so much contestation at local government. And because it's also the one sphere of government where you can come in without a lot of experience, without a lot of qualifications. And then that's why we also find so much fight for positions at councillors, sometimes leading to even death. And also it explains the high turnover of councillors. There is a very high turnover of councillors. There is always more than 50% of new councillors in any election. So we don't build sufficient experience even within local government. And because of this lack of economic development, you find that even councillors, business people want to have a say in the supply chain management. They want to have a say on who becomes the municipal manager, the CFO, and so on. So I think at the root of it is that there is no economic development in a lot of the municipalities. And also it means that municipalities are not able to raise revenue because there isn't much of a revenue base. There is lots of unemployment, so they are not able to raise, whereas the assumption in the funding model was that all municipalities will be able to raise their own revenues, which is not true on the ground and in reality. So I'm mentioning all these things because these are the things that we may need to look at. And therefore, if there is no revenue base, it means the municipality ends up being in financial distress and therefore not able to attract even the people that will assist the municipality, like engineers, planners, ICT people who are well qualified to be able to assist it, even to be able to put projects together so that they can utilize the grants that come from national. And then we find that some municipalities on their own are not able to utilize the grants that they are giving. And therefore, eventually sees the municipality going down on a very slippery slope and declining and with poor service delivery, with no accountability, no consequence management, and so on. And so the vicious cycle of decline. And of course, when there is no service delivery, there will be protests, there will be all sorts of activities that disturb the stability in the municipality. But of course, poverty also continues within the municipality, and unemployment and inequality, as we have said. And then you find that in the municipality, most of the citizens are indigent. So it's a It's a big problem, but it's not only a problem for the rural and smaller municipalities. It ends up being a problem for the metros as well, because then people leave their areas, their rural areas, out of desperation, not out of choice, to the municipalities that are bigger, to the metros. But when they get there, they find that the grass is not as green as they thought, and they end up swelling the ranks of the urban poor and the unemployed. And therefore, the metros are also disorganized in terms of their own targets, in terms of their own plans, because they have to now take care of the people who are maybe in informal settlements. They must give them water, they must sanitation and electricity and so on. So nobody wins in the end, whether you are a metro or a small rural municipality. Honorable Chairperson, we must view these challenges not in isolation of the broader societal challenges, which are highlighted in the NCOP, which I highlighted in the NCOP March strategy session. On that occasion, we said, South Africa has 1 artisan per 2,000 citizens, as opposed to the global norm of 1 artisan per 30 citizens. So for some time, we have also highlighted the dearth of skills at the local level with an ever-increasing skills gap, wherein the instance there is 1 engineer for every 3,200 people, compared to 1 engineer to every 130 people in China. Other specialized science, technology, engineering, STEM areas, which can drive our development at the local level, such as marine biology, hydrologists, animal husbandry, botanists, actuaries, and many more are also very scarce. Thus, the deliberate STEM drive by the departments responsible for education are most welcome, as are the plans to find new exit freeways to facilitate for the acquiring of artisan skills before the 12th grade. This will also address the challenge of the 9.1 million young people who are not in employment, education, or training, who are stuck in a cycle of dependence and poverty. So this requires the involvement of all industries so that we may work on an integrated national skills plan. The plan must go beyond the identification of gaps. It must ultimately place skills personnel and support the enterprises which can create sustainable and quality jobs. It will also need a critical skills mix between the STEM areas and humanities. Notably, even our unplanned emphasis on the arts and humanities remains oblivious of our current and future realities, as well as technological advances. This, even though they can contribute to our economy and facilitate for innovation. In this regard, lessons can be drawn from countries such as South Korea, where they have added the A for arts in the STEM areas, making it STEAM facilitates for the nurturing of creative and arts sector, whilst facilitating for innovation and problem solving in the STEM area. This will contribute to local economic development and requires coordination and integrated planning at a societal and governmental level. Since it is society-wide approach, we therefore believe that the introduction of the district development model will improve integrated planning and delivery across society. Honorable Chairperson, because the successful implementation of the district development model approach requires functional and capable municipalities, it builds on the lessons gained in the implementation of the 2004 Project Consolidate, also draws lessons of government-wide programs such as local government turnaround strategy, because it is an approach. The DDM does not replace Back to Basics program, but it enhances it. Back to Basics program has found political instability, weaknesses in governance as the major causes for poor service delivery. These also lead to poor financial management, increased vacancy rates, and further weakening of municipalities. Certainly, these have been the challenges identified by the various provinces which have instituted various Section 139 interventions in 30 municipalities. You may recall that some of these reasons were partly why we had to institute Section 100 in Northwest, whose progress the NCOP is well appraised of. However, in line with the Constitution provisions, in particular Section 139(7), we have had to further intervene in the municipalities Likwa, Mangaung, and Enoch Mkhichima. I just want to stress that the 139s that are being implemented tend to be implemented by the province. National has only now intervened only in 3 municipalities where the provinces had intervened earlier and it hasn't really worked. And as we have said in the House before, these must be viewed as actions of last resort. Our preference would have been to carry the spirit and letter of Section 154, which calls for the national and provincial governments to support and strengthen the capacity of municipalities to manage their own affairs. But the reality is that we are seeing that even the national and provincial departments related to corporate governance and traditional affairs are themselves ill-equipped and underfinanced to coordinate such support. On the surface, it may seem that with a budget of over 106 billion, our department is well financed. But the reality is that after transfers to provinces and municipalities, as well as allocation to the CWP program, we're left with a very small amount, even for compensation of employees. So we are a very small department. We are amongst the smallest departments in government. So our personnel, despite their commitment, are not just enough and are not also equipped with the right systems which we are trying to correct. They are often not trained in the necessary intervention skills, which at times require the brokering of peace, even as we get support from other departments such as the Treasury, Justice, and TPME, who support we value. We also find that they too are also swamped with other work or also not adequately skilled. We are determined to solve this in the spirit of cooperative governance. Come budget vote, we will advance some propositions which we think in the medium term may stabilize municipalities. These propositions will be based on the district development approach and will energize our entire system of cooperative governments whilst building on the capacity as well as ethical developmental state. The DDM political and administrative champions are, as well as some district forums, which have been appointed for each of the districts are integral to these propositions. But let me just explain this DDM, because I hear sometimes people thinking that DDM is a project. DDM is an approach, is how government should work. It does not replace any project, it doesn't replace any policy, except that government has realized that working in silos is counterproductive. We spend a lot of resources without the impact on the ground, because we work in silos across departments and across spheres of government. So I'm not sure when we say it's an unfunded mandate, what we mean, because it's an approach, it's how we should work more than a particular project. Even when we talk about the one plans are about what national intends doing in a district, what the province intends doing in a district, and what the district and its municipalities intend doing, and the budget that they intend spending, so that everybody knows who's doing what, and we work together in an integrated manner. So it's not a project that needs specific funding. Yes, it may need funding for human resources just to coordinate and to decentralize, to have people working in the districts from the national assisting, but it's not a project as sometimes it's projected to be. And of course, in COCTA, we are doing an organizational review because we are not organized in a way that will assist us to implement and to work in the DDM approach. So we are doing that organizational design so that we can have more people paying attention to the provinces and the districts. The DDM also recognizes the need for all spheres of government to implement programs in an integrated manner. Itself is not a program, but it says we must integrate whatever programs and work in a coordinated manner so that we maximize the impact. This will require also planning together and synchronization of implementation. But this requires capabilities and capacities. And that's why we hope to share these in the meantime until each sphere can build the necessary capabilities. We must also avoid the adding of an additional layer of bureaucracy and reporting. Thus, we must promote flexible and developmental government, which continuously shares information and engaging the public. This will require that the public sector internalizes the principle of Batupil and an ethical developmental state. Honorable Chairperson, there's been several efforts to address the policy vacuums and capacity challenges in municipalities. The effectiveness of these have varied, and the lessons learned and best practice experience have been shared with SALGA and some municipalities. In seeking to close attendant policy vacuums, last year we promulgated regulations to guide appointment procedures. However, some municipalities continue to appoint municipal managers and senior managers who do not meet the minimum competencies prescribed in the post. This has been compounded by general high vacancy rate. The regulations also direct us to give focused attention to the finalization of performance agreements in municipalities. Thus, we are pressurizing all municipal councils to expedite the filling of the remaining vacant posts and also conclusion of all performance agreements by June. There is no doubt that one of the most urgent tasks in local government is the building of an ethical local government. In this regard, COGTA has implemented several actions to continue to build ethical local state, and these have included the establishment of a database of disciplinary proceedings instituted against municipal staff and the rolling out of the out of local government anti-corruption strategy. In the end, these are guilty of crime. In the end, those guilty of crime and corruption must face consequences. Honorable Chairperson, we have in the past and in recent strategic workshops of the NCOP reported the capacity enhancement measures we are undertaking, mainly through the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agency, MISA. We continue to support municipalities by mainly deploying technical professionals. We've also put in place an artisanry and bursary program. We're also collaborating with the National School of Governance on some of the ethical issues. We're drawing invaluable lessons from these intentions and support programs. All these lessons point to the need to improve coordination, facilitating for a longer-term view through the TDM. We must also base our support on the realities, long-term goals and aspirations of the localities we are intervening in. This will therefore require smart partnerships, particularly with communities, industries, sitters, rural setting, and traditional leadership, rural setting institutions. Honorable Chairperson, the time for action is now, probably was yesterday. The time for strategizing has long gone. Thus, this is the right time for governments in all spheres and political parties to adapt and come up with sound and action-oriented responses. We must also reposition ourselves to meet the demands of active citizens. Technologies and social media platforms can effectively get us there so long as they support the actions of our communities and aspirations. This will need an agile, responsive, and capacitated administration. This must be supported by an enabling and collaborative political environment across party benches. We therefore take this opportunity to thank you, but also would like to take this opportunity to say, maybe we have started looking at working with academic institutions. In KZN, we are trying to work with the DUT, but we would like, and in Limpopo, we're working with the University of Limpopo in some of the municipalities. But I think it's important that we do work with academic institutions. MISA is also working with some of the academic institutions, and maybe they can also second some of their people to ask for short periods to assist us. So I think it's important this workshop should also herald a new working relationship between government and the district development model especially. I think I'll leave it at that, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Minister. Again, we gave you just a few more minutes to ensure that the important things we have to say as to the government. We will then move on to the next speaker, Dr. Mohale, on strengthening state capacity to advance South Africa's developmental agenda at provincial and local government level. Dr. Mohale.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the Deputy Chair of the NCOP. Good afternoon to Minister Dlamini Zuma, and it's safe to say all protocols observed. Chair, is today the third time within a space of 12 months that I have an opportunity to interface with yourselves as lawmakers. I was part of your session last year on the 5th of May and February this year. I'm just hoping that whatever I'm going to say may not bore some of those who may have listened to me before. Let me also point out that I quite predicted when I looked at the program that there was always a high risk that one may inevitably have to repeat some of the things that speakers before him would have said. And this explains why my presentation is pretty much shorter than others. I'm trying to share my screen, Chair, and you let me know if it's showing now.
Yeah, it's showing.
Okay, thank you so much. So I will just focus. I'll focus on the flow, Chair, and perhaps to honourable members who might have looked at what would have been identified as the sub-themes. Let me apologize. I decided to change the focus of the presentation very late yesterday. So whatever you see as the 2 points that are listed as sub-themes, I will touch on them as a by the way, supposedly more as points of emphasis than anything else. But this is what my brief presentation will be focusing on. And then many speakers before me, Chair, have at a theoretical level have attempted to explain our understanding of a developmental state. And I think it's a common cause that social concepts are always contested. It is not so much a grand plan, but to a large extent, there's an appreciation that it has got to do with economic growth through industrialization. And of course, other people look at the features. So state objectives will be very important as far as a developmental state is concerned. And at this point in time, let me perhaps take this moment to caution that one of the privileges we have not had as a country compared to the model of East Asian countries we've been trying to follow is the fact that they had an opportunity to sequence their development programs or projects, if you like. I think the timing of our democratization in the early 90s intertwined with a number of important global developments, including decentralization and public participation or community engagement taking root. Obviously, another important factor which we need to take into consideration as a country is the very fact that South Africa has got a very unique country. I mean, it has got a very unique history, that of colonialism of a special time, which suggests that whatever that we'll have to do, as much as we want to borrow from the so-called best global practices, we've got to take into account the fact that there is big unique history of contact of white and black people in the country, which continues to manifest itself up until today as far as social inequality is concerned. Among organization of the state, particularly in our context, given that we emphasize what the last session of the NCOP focused on, cooperative governance and intergovernmental relations. So as much as when you look at your typical developmental states of the 80s, the focus was almost primarily on central or national governments. But in our context, that should not be the case. We've got to focus on the entirety of government in terms of how the three spheres of government work together to respond to development mandate. Of course, the so-called pastel factors do affect the extent to which the state can be able to perform or not perform its functions. So it is always important that, and I think other speakers have already referred to this. For instance, whatever that we are trying to do, we cannot ignore the global, the global development, politically or otherwise. One speaker did say that, for instance, if we are to look at all the trade agreements that we have, the question that everybody should be asking ought to be, what is the impact of this trade agreement in a poor household somewhere in Malamulele or somewhere in the village outside Tabeja in the Eastern Cape? If we cannot confidently answer that question, I dare say that all those agreements are missing the point. And then I've already indicated, this is just a point of emphasis, Chair, that as much as there's a lot that literature that exists on the concept of developmental state, there are a number of weaknesses, and partly because around that time, the focus was largely on economic growth through industrialization and the role that was played by national governments, almost at the total exclusion of the role of subnational levels of government. And so there had always been a neglect of the relations between what the national government was doing and what other levels of government was doing. And there were good reasons for that. Precisely because we are the world with history of colonization, and there was interest to be protected in as far as management of money is concerned. So that is why the role of national government was emphasized over the role of other spheres of government. And secondly, because of the history of First World War and Second World War, states had learned to become much more inward-looking as far as protection of their sovereignty and existence is concerned. And I do think that, for instance, this would go, if one were to offer an example, in this country, we know that there's often a debate of why did we have to invest in the so-called arms deal when there was no threat, instead of taking those resources and investing them where they were needed most. So that history of insecurity that happens at a global level always pushes countries consciously to try to set aside resources in order to protect themselves. Be that as it may, in the past few years, and I think this comes to the question, to the importance of the topic that I've been asked to focus on. In the last few years, there has been emergence of literature across the world, particularly in East Asia, that actually demonstrates that although the thinking tends to be that these countries, development in these countries was driven largely by national governments, actually, there's now evidence that has emerged and continues to emerge that there's a lot of work that was played that there was a lot of work that was done at local government level. And Bateman is one of those scholars internationally that has done a lot of work in this. And a number of research that has been conducted in China in trying to understand its miracle development over the last decade or so also leads us to a conclusion that subnational levels of government have played a prominent role in their growth. And of course, another example is that of the state of Kerala in India, whose GDP year in and year out continues to be above that of the country. And when you look at the model or the approach of development, has the key elements of what we qualify to be a developmental state. And as a result of this evidence that has emerged in the past few years, there's therefore justification, not only in South Africa, but elsewhere, particularly given, for instance, the important findings that Minister just shared with regard to the flight of faith or trust in government. Local government is strategically positioned to ensure that it bridges the gap between government and the people. And so the shift at normative level is justified from that point of view. And of course, the challenge which we have, which I've said is a mental challenge which we must grapple with, is that when you read, at least from about 2003, when presidency first released the discussion paper that clearly demonstrated the intention to move away from what would have been the main policy thinking from about 1996 to maybe 2002, PICAS at the time, led by the Titans, I think, when they released the discussion paper, the biggest challenge was how do we make sure that as much as we continue to draw lessons from Asia, for instance, how do we make sure that we do not only take what we think worked there, but we've got the responsibility to make sure that we tweak it to suit our own conditions. As I said at the beginning of my talk, that South Africa is arguably the only country that has got that particular or specific history of colonialism of a special time. And it is an important characteristic in our approach to development that we must never miss. And of course, a part of what we need to appreciate when we deal with the concept of developmental state, interestingly, the former president of Nigeria and Liberia, there's a book that they co-authored. And in that book, they say that they wish they had been exposed to the dynamics and the importance of local government before they became president. And they argue, one would hope that they are genuine in their conclusion, that had they had the kind of understanding they had post their terms as presidents, they would have chosen to first to become mayors and the president, because at least as far as real delivery and development are concerned, that happened at grassroots level. And therefore, we are hoping that part of the conversation that we should be having today as far as building capacity is concerned should start with leaders appreciating the fact that next time when you think of development and of deployment at local level, and perhaps if you like in province, and you'll appreciate that I say less about provinces, because I more or less share exactly what Dr. Boer said earlier, that I do think that provinces do not have any strategic role to play moving forward. So it is important that we start to think deeper about the kind of people that are deployed as political leaders in local government. And the reason, of course, why we must make sure that we focus on local government in particular, partly speaking to the point that the minister raised around zero economic base in a number of rural municipalities, is because when you have got economic growth that is led and driven by national government, you run the risk of promoting high levels of social inequality. And this was one of the serious weaknesses of China and South Korea, even though they became models of developmental state that we are trying to mimic. And post in an era that we are in, from about early 90s, like I did indicate that the notion of people engagement or people-centeredness or public participation have become more important. And I do think that it is important that when we speak of the strategic orientation of developmental state in our context, particularly given the biases of our past before 1994, when the majority of people were not engaged, it is important that we underscore and emphasize the notion of democratic developmental state as opposed to developmental state as we understood it before. Before, especially if we follow the model of Asia. And precisely because when you look at our constitution, it positions local government unapologetically as an important motto for development. Before your white paper, local government before used to be a function of provincial government in the whole system, but it is now established as a sphere. And it is important that how we act, and I will come to this at a later stage, that how we act as the entirety of government needs to reflect the extent to which everybody is genuine and committed to devolution of powers, not only in terms of actions, but in terms of concomitant resources that must be allocated as well. And perhaps, if I wanted to be controversial, this is the only slide that I will speak to and then say goodbye. I want to argue, and I argued this point last year in May when I was invited to present. The focus then was on municipal financial accountability and oversight. I think it is important to appreciate that before we talk complex things like systems and processes, everything starts and ends with human beings. And I want to submit that part of the problem that we have in this country, and it could be that it is actually our fundamental problem. I do not think that as a nation we just have enough time to think. On average, every 30 years, we go to elections because our elections are not synchronized. We recently just emerged from local government elections in 2021. And then when you are beginning to have a sense of what is happening, and then new mayors and speakers coming into office, they also have their own ideas. There is little continuity that happens. Political parties start to focus their attention towards the provincial and national government elections. 2 years later, it's local government elections again. In between, because unfortunately that's how the system is designed, that state draws its resources from political parties. In between, you've got conferences of parties, which also on their own take tolls on the leaders who are also government leaders. And quite frankly, I don't think that we have sufficient time to think, and to think much deeper about the real issues that we should be thinking about. Let alone the fact that within the government itself, you've got so many annual and semester activities that are happening. You've got your annual legislatures with confusing messages. 1 year the focus is on this, the following year the focus is on that. 6 months down the line, you've got a budget review, sometimes new messages will come. And all these things that you are doing, which make us to think that you are busy, it could be that you are running the risk of being busy and not doing anything. And the reason why I'm saying it is important to think, other speakers have already referred to shocks or disasters such as, just 2020 at the beginning of March, we had the first case of, or late March 2020, we had the first case of COVID in this country. Fast forward to today, we know where we are, we know the impact on the economy, we know the impact on service delivery. As we thought that we were recovering from that, there was whatever happened, whether we call it insurrection, uprising, or protest in KZN that happened, and also in some pockets of Gauteng. And with N3 or Durban being the strategic corridor, we know how that, the billions that were recorded to be lost on the economy. Within 12 months or so, you had, actually under 12 months, we had the recent floods in Durban. Now, at what point, especially at local government level, do we think we've got the right people to think about the $1 million question? Over and above throwing up an IDP and submitting it to court and treasury for the sake of meeting the requirements of MFMA, to what extent do we really deliberately think outside the box in terms of what if this happened? How ready is our government, especially at this level, ready for these shocks? Because now, for some time now, we know that we've not been taking care of the environment. We know that this is certainly not the last floods. How prepared are we for the next round of floods? How prepared are we for the next round of pandemic, which may emerge from any time? And we cannot keep saying that we are caught off guard. We need to know that we have got to prepare for things that are uncertainties, because in as far as key driving forces are concerned, at least we know that there's a likelihood that some of these things will always happen. And then I think I skipped one slide. I will not really dwell much on this because other speakers have already spoken on this. But I think the issue which I want to raise and cause unhappiness is the fact that it is not true that in this country we have a developmental state. At least there was a point in time, I think between 2003 and 2008, when our economic growth was growing, there was a lot of investment in institution building. Around that time, indeed, there were signs that we had developmental state in waiting. Too many things happened. There were objective mistakes that were committed. There were global or international factors that we do not have control over. For instance, the 2008 global meltdown, that affected the extent to which we had ability to continue being developmental as a nation. And we have never recovered from 2008 global meltdown, and then too many other things have happened. To a point that if you look at what is happening to the continuing bad coordination at horizontal and a vertical level, the Prof. from Bed spoke about energy departments not being able to work together. You have got a district municipality, for instance, that should be coordinating about between 3 or 5 municipalities. Part of the problem you have there is that the IDP of both the district municipality and local municipalities should be submitted on more or less the same deadline. So there is no sufficient time between district municipality and local municipalities to coordinate their planning. Adjoining municipalities are not talking to each other. So that is why I do want to suggest that perhaps we have moved from being a developmental state in waiting to being a stillborn developmental state altogether. All these other capacities, other speakers have spoken to. I would not want to dwell much on them because we do know where we stand. I will just want to perhaps speak to developmental functions, because they will then, developmental state is not only about the structures, but also the roles or functions that must be played by the state as well. All of us have been speaking about co-coordination across the state. And I just want to give an example here of how we deal with demarcation, for instance, as a country. And I hope this will not get me into trouble with Minister Zuma because she's my boss. And I will share an example. When I was interviewed on why I think I could become a member of Municipal Demarcation Board in December 2018. And you look at the objectives of demarcation in terms of Section 24 of the Act and what the institution is to do. I submitted quite frankly that just redrawing the technical boundaries will not facilitate the realization of these goals. What you need to do in order to address the weaknesses that Minister Zuma was speaking to is that at national level, we must be very deliberate about how we reallocate and redistribute resources. That's the only way in which you can build social cohesion. That's the only way in which you can prevent.
I hope your examples and the detail and so on will not eat too much of your time.
Oh, okay, let me just. And then I'm just saying, Chair, because I'm left with just one page. If at national level we not deliberately develop rural areas, you are effectively pushing people into urban centers, therefore creating the problem of ghost areas. And that's why it is important that we do improve the coordination function. We've spoken about the provision of an economic vision. Professor emphasized these roles that I referred to, the deliberate creation of the markets. Let me not emphasize that further. I think we've done very well in institutions in this country. We've got the responsibility to make sure that we protect them. And he also spoke about the importance of social legitimacy. I don't think that is one area or capacity which we are with. To close, Chair, and I'll run through this very quickly. One of the important capacities we need, and this is what I propose as a program for what could be a developmental state. You must appreciate that the content of the economy or the structure has changed. We need to appreciate that we have reached the stage where knowledge economy is everything, and you therefore need leaders and administrators that understands the significance and premise of innovation moving forward. Secondly, on an agent basis, we need to resolve the relationship that the state has with capital. Part of the problem is that the business of capital is too arrogant, the state is seen to be too weak and therefore unable to guide the business. We need to resolve that. Colleagues spoke about human capabilities. I will not emphasize that. I tried to make the point about the importance of DORA and how it should be taking into account the service delivery backlogs. I don't think that's what we need to be doing. For instance, if you look at the report that was released by Statistics South Africa in March, profiling young people, if our budgeting does not address that reality, then we're missing the point. Lastly, developmental states requires that there must be some conditions in place. And at local government level, I want to propose that the period 2000-2006, At that time, I don't think local government was seen as a career because there wasn't too much incentives, especially for politicians. I do think that we need to consider going back to that model, where because around that time, local government was able to attract people with skills and experience, and we used to see what was happening in our areas. That changed with effect from 2006 when there was a lot of resources that were committed to reward politicians. I cannot emphasize further the importance of meritocratic recruitment. I think we have all reached the point where we are now emphasizing the importance of values and principles in order to inform ethical conduct of all of ourselves. And lastly, no one can emphasize further the importance of political leadership working very closely with those that report to them. And in concluding, Chair, this is where we are, that I do think that we need to, our policy making must be informed by evidence. This should be one of the requirements which we would not negotiate. And that would mean that we need to improve on our technical capacity. We need a dedicated team of officials. Even if, of course, not every municipality can have this capacity, but hopefully part of what the restructuring at COGTA would do moving forward is to have a technical team within COGTA that can help municipality with access to research so that whatever decisions that are taken, they are informed by evidence. And the Parliament, therefore, has got the responsibility to ensure that whatever interventions that happen moving forward, there is full compliance with the National Policy Development Framework that was approved by Cabinet in November 2020 to ensure that there is pre-assessment of the impact on socio-economic conditions before any policy is approved. Thank you very much.
We will then proceed to the next presentation by Dr. Collins Ngumbela on building a capable state through proper human resource management. Let me also just indicate that the minister may leave at any time now. There's just some urgent and pressing issues that she has to attend to. But having said that, just to say, indicate our appreciation to the minister and wish her the best, but we'll proceed. Thank you very much. Let's proceed to Dr. Ngumbela.
The Honorable Chair, the Honorable Deputy Chair, the Honorable members, fellow colleagues, researchers, and academics, and all protocols observed. Chair, I would like to share my screen with you regarding my presentation. And I would like to, right from the onset, fully agree with the colleague when he says he talks about the research. Chair, am I clear? Is it showing? My presentation is showing.
Presentation is not showing, but if there's a problem, let's just go on and talk to the presentation.
Okay. I'm trying to Chair, thanks for the opportunity. Building a capable state through proper human resource management. First of all, greetings. Over the past 25 years, government has introduced a vast array of legislation, policies, and programs to achieve the visions of the abandoned RDP. That has been introduced many public sector reforms to create an efficient and effective development-oriented, people-centered public sector to serve all people of South Africa. And as Dr. Poo said also, Poo said earlier on, that there is a plethora of these policies within the country, and yet implementation is wanting. Yes, I fully agree with him. And also, Chair, I want to say policy many a times is much more political than technical. And secondly, I would want to share that plans are always ambitious, and the implementation of these plans and policies leaves a lot to be desired, especially in South Africa. A capable, ethical, and developmental state should underpin all 7 priorities of the medium-term strategic framework. And also it is a vision of the strong leadership, a focus on people and improved implementation capability as well. Facilitating this vision into an action will involve the transition to a more functional and integrated government, as the colleagues have been hammering on that were lacking on the integration. And you'll find out the departments are still working in silos, despite the fact that they claim that South Africa, it is a developmental state, of which that is not true in many times, which must be capacitated with the professional, responsive, and meritocratic public servants to strengthen the relations and the efficiency within the intergovernmental, and also the weak intergovernmental relations in South Africa between the 3 spheres. And also, I fully agree with Dr. Boas when he said the sphere, especially the provincial sphere of government, when you closely look, you'll find out it is a sphere that is not necessary within the developmental state setting. And also the citizen engagements are also key enablers of this priority to ensure that the joint pursuit of a capable. The developmental state, therefore, has to be embedded within a society to build constructive relations, collaborate with all sectors of society. And also at the center, it must be the empowerment of the citizens as an active agent of change in communities. Hence, I agree with the minister when he said the relegation of the politicians from the national parliament, if one doesn't make the list in all the political parties, is relegated to local government, as if he is a suited and a suitable individual. It's also very much disappointing, and it's yielding no results to the developmental state as the country is purporting. Also, the improved communication, consultation, engagement by government with key stakeholders, particularly the citizen, will give a state a legitimacy and build a capable state, a capable ethical, developmental, and democratic state. The colleagues have gone home talking about that one. And a capable state as required human capabilities. Hence, this paper will be looking at human resource of that particular. And also this paper is in a series of papers that have been written regarding this capable developmental ethical state. And an ethical state is driven by the constitutional values that we have as a country, but adherence and implementation of such constitutional values, it is a lot to be desired as well. And also, we pride ourselves as a constitutional democracy where we have parliamentary representatives, where the president of South Africa is elected by parliament as a head of state. And you'll find out we have a constitution which is the best amongst all the countries of the world. But the adherence to it leaves a lot to be desired. Coming on the elements of the capable state, the public sector faces persistent challenges both at an operational level including the declining public confidence and trust, and the skills gap, the weak accountability, and the poor local governance, uneven service delivery. And also, as Dr. Mohale was saying, that the big push to the cities, and also the failure of the state into a rural development, investment in rural development leaves a lot to be desired, especially in those rural municipalities. And amongst the findings that I've found out, you'll find out those rural municipalities are even difficult to draw revenue from those rural folks. And also, as Dr. Mohale was articulating, amongst the findings within the Eastern Cape, I found out that even the municipal managers of these rural municipalities, you will find out most of them are not even staying within those municipalities. Here's the case in point. If you take East London, that's where the Buffalo City Metro is, and you'll find out the rural municipalities like Raymond Mhlaba and the Muma, the Ndlambes, all those local municipalities that make up the district municipality called Amatole. You will find out all of them are residing in East London, which is Buffalo City. And also the rent value is spent where? It's not even spent in the very same municipalities that are paying these particular municipal managers. And also other executives of the municipalities are not staying in those municipalities. And also the retention of such skills is not there. And the political interference within those municipalities is very rife. And for anyone to survive as a municipal manager, as well as CFO, he must always hide under the cloud of some influential councillors, because councils are law unto themselves within the local government sphere. Also, at a strategic level, government's administration must instill the confidence that it has the capacity, it has had the commitment to deliver on policy objectives, as was Dr. Poo was saying earlier on. The state wishes to achieve public value and trust supported by an active citizenry, but the very same state fails to capacitate its own city, its own civil servants, and its own civil servants in terms of delivering on their own mandate. And also, a developmental state needs a strong leaders that can lead development planning, enabling policies, implementation, legislation, and budgets to trigger developmental change that reduce inequalities and improve the quality of life. It is such a shame that in this day and age in South Africa, we're still crying. Yes, we know South Africa is the most unequal country in the world, but you'll find out at some stage in some municipalities, look at your Enokum Gijima municipality as a case point, you'll find out as if there are no quality assurance there, there are no quality checks within that municipality. And yet we keep on fooling ourselves as a country that we're a developmental state. Also, a developmental state needs an effective governance and accountability capabilities that intervenes to deal with the structural causes of economic and social underdevelopment. It is accountable and responds to the expectation and the needs of the citizens. Those are your theoretical theology, methodology, and your literature review. And I can't agree more with Professor Kobo when he was and Palmer that when they're talking about the deficiencies that are almost the core within this country, and also the literature. There's a plethora of the literature that you find, and even Kobo has also written a lot about the ethical development state capabilities, especially on the human resource. And also, we must know that service delivery in this country, it is a human right. It is a basic human right. And also Chapter 10 of the Public Administration talks to that. And there are a few that one has to, the high standard of professional ethics must be promoted and maintained. And as long as we still adhere to cadre deployment, at times the cadre doesn't understand what needs to be delivered, when and how. And also, you will find out the people that are taken into consideration, the supply chain people, you'll find out they are just strategically placed without having the know-how in terms of your supply chain issues. Must be development orientated, even the kind of the cadre that we attract and we employ as government. It must be a developmental orientated, not necessarily a highly qualified on the day or the most vocal on the benches. Also, look at services must be provided impartially, fairly, equitably, and without bias. And the people's needs to be responded to. And also good human resource management and the career development practices to maximize the potential that must be cultivated in. And broadly speaking, the South African people must be able to within there able to promote fairness and also redress the past imbalances within there. And looking into the implementing the NDP Vision 2030, when it talks of the capable state, the achievement of this vision demands a cooperative relationship across national, provincial, and the local governments. And also we'll find out at a given moment in time, as Dr. Puet once more said, you'll find out there is a competition between the provincial and the local government. And yet the local government has to be given much more mileage because it's closer to the people, and the development anyway, it happens into a space. And I heard the minister when he was talking about the DDM being the approach, and the approach which is slowly moving, because we haven't seen the approach being embraced by all. Suffice to say that in many cases, that policy is much more political than technical. Technically, we haven't, the approach is too slow, and also is not coming to fruition. And yet the time is against us, and the trust amongst the voters is not henceforth friendly towards us. There are complex set of factors, including tension in the political administrative interference, instability of administrative leadership, skills deficit, the erosion of accountability, the weakness in capacity performance, and also find out that this performance is not well managed. And if and only if the performance management system can be well managed and see where are the gaps in terms of the civil servant, and where are the gaps in terms of our human resource, so that at the end of the day, the skills development can just pinpoint at what level and what interventions, what trainings need to be done. And also, South Africa needs to focus on building a capable and development state. But this capable and developmental state, the vehicle to achieve that, it is the human resource, the development of the human resource, the stability administratively, clarify the governance of SOEs. And you'll find out these state-owned entities have become a competition to government departments. And even when they're splashing on the non-essential, non-core, you'll find out they are spending as if they are not from this country, and they don't know how the finances of this country looks like. This NDP vision, the developmental capable state, I've picked up for the leadership. We need a strong leadership, both political and also within the government, because at the core of it all, we need the leaders that can influence the managers who can better manage the daily issues that affect the people. And also, it must be people-centered participation. As we all know that according to the Batupile principle, it means that government decisions must always be tested by valuing the human life and dignity. And also the coordination, the colleagues have spoken a lot about the coordination. There is a weak coordination. And also you'll find out the intergovernmental relations Act, it's there to guide the ethos of the intergovernmental relations, but the actual practice within both the provincial and the local government, you'll find out it's very weak and it's also wanting. Also the performance, I can go to town that the performance management system within government, especially right from the ministers, it should be strengthened so that at the end of the day, we can see if we are adhering to the aspirations of the developmental state we want to see. Coming on the findings, once again, Kobo in 2020 and Palmer agreed there is a poor project management because government, its work is interventionist in nature. You'll find out there is no project management, even at a strategic level and even at an implementation call face by the junior managers within the public sector. Also, in political management, what is crystal clear then is that when it comes to creating great institutions, the other half of a competent state equation always matters to political management. The palace condition of state-owned companies, such as the power provider, ESCOM, and the South African Airways, makes poor political management apparent. And you'll find out at the same time, the politicians will always blame the state-owned entities. And yet, they have to play the oversight role and also look into the matters, the bread and butter issues of what are affecting those state entities. And also within the political management, it has been found that there's always a sense of outsourcing the responsibility into the private sector, into the state-owned entities. Ethics and capacity, a capable state cannot be established outside an appropriate ethical structure. The ethics must be there, and the required range of human capabilities should be at the disposal of a government. Currently, as argued by Ukobo when he was in the conversation paper, because of poor political management, South Africa is suffering from capacity deficiency and institutional stasis as it is. And leadership also, you'll find out there is a lack of leadership within government, even the government departments. You'll find out even the head of department will be always answering to the political head, and yet the political heads have got their own space to play on, and the civil servant had to deliver the services, the bread and butter issues that affect the people on the ground. And yet you'll find out these people are found wanting because they were headhunted, and at times they do not have the technical expertise to carry on the mandate. Coming on the career pathing, promote management leadership and place an adequate emphasis on providing stimulating career pathways. And what is disappointing here, Chair, you find out we do have the National School of Government, And the National School of Government is there for whose benefit? And at the same time, how many times have we sent our cadres, the departments, how many times have sent their senior leadership into those? Coming into also the politics administration dichotomy, according to the Public Service Commission, the mediocrity in performance in the public sector can be attributed to this political administrative interference. And this is very much clear, especially in the local government as well as the provincial government, where you will find out the senior government officials, they don't know what to do until they are told, they listen to their master's voice. And the skills deficit, there is a lot of skills deficit, and I've spoken to it, the National School of Government, and also there is what is lacking also. These institutions of higher learning, that partnership, we should work hand in glove with them, because those people, they have the theoretical know-how and they have got the expertise, and they should be training, and we should be intergovernmental relations, lack of professionalization of public service and local government. Focus should be on building a skilled and professional public service, right from the top to the bottom. The public service, we should attract the highly skilled people and also cultivate a professional purpose and a commitment to working towards developmental goals. Also, what this paper has found out, the poor organizational design. You'll find out there's a poor organizational design. Each and every time a new minister or a new premier, a new mayor comes in, there will be a structural review, and you'll find out you don't even know which is which, because as if we are pleasing the masters. And it's no longer the design for the country, it's for the design for my particular term as a premier, for my particular term as a mayor, for my particular term as a minister. And this moving up and down the people in the organogram, it also displaces these skilled people. And also there is a lack of legacies. The wellness of employees. Also, what is critical, human resource element that is almost always ignored or neglected of public institutions is the wellness of employees, where employees in most times will find out they are fatigued and they are not taken good care of, and yet they end up being despondent and discouraged and end up not being as productive as we would want to. Also, the career and talent management, provision of opportunities for employees to develop their abilities and careers in order to ensure that the organization has the flow of talent. What is happening? Yes, I understand at times it's just a strategic, not necessarily at an implementation. You'll find out in South Africa, somebody can be a head of department in a particular term, Department A, they come the next term, Department C, the next term, Department D, and you start to question.
As we move towards closure,
I beg yours?
As we move towards closure.
Strengthen the accountability and responsibility of public servants. Yes, the public servants should be accountable and also should be responsible to the citizens. And also, we're talking about the procurement details, also the state capture by individuals, the companies, where were they this? On the recommendations, let's attract the talent. And also we need, there is also a need for the state to strengthen and market its recruitment and retention strategy. And also we must have the right people, because we are looking at outcomes, who are going to implement our outcomes. Some departments are still functioning with obsolete organizational structures, have a clear succession plan. There are no succession plan. Also, we must encourage the uptake of the government's offer of a voluntary early retirement for the obsolete so that we can attract the young and the innovative into the public service. In conclusion, Chair, if South Africa needs to be successful in transforming society into a state of capability and development, capable of formulating and implementing policy that serve the national interest, we need a developmental mind, a developmental focus. Also, we're building an enabling structure for local government. It may also, what we need, it must be concluded that clarification of positions, prioritization of participation by people, and also create transparency and oversight. The Chair, recommendations, those are your 6 administrative policy functions. We must formulate policies and the decision-making, the policy implementation, and the evaluation that is lacking, as well as your research. And also, we are failing to give feedback. Giving feedback and taking parliament to people, it mustn't be an event. It must be an ongoing exercise, because at the end of the day, we are accounting to the very same people who put us the way we are. Together, we can do more for our people. I thank you, Chair. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bumbela. We will now proceed to the last presentation by Ms. Collie Malindini on institutional quality and economic performance in the Southern African Development Community region, SADC region, a dynamic panel analysis.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to everyone. Let me just say, all protocol observed. Thank you for the opportunity. It is really an honor to be in this platform and just to share my knowledge in this platform. As it has already been said, I'm Collie Malindini, a lecturer at the Wits School of Governance. I am trying to share. I am not sure if whether my screen is visible or not.
Yeah, it's there. The screen is there. It's visible.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Where did it go now? It disappeared?
It disappeared. We'll ask the people to
okay. It's back on.
Assist, but
I think it's back on now.
It's back on. Please proceed.
Yeah. All right. Okay, right. Thank you so much. So I'm presenting on institutional quality and economic performance in the SADC region, which is a dynamic panel analysis. I must say that this presentation is based on the paper that was written sometime last year and published in November 2021. So yeah, and I think it fits well within the conference theme. Just so now my slides are not moving. Could you assist?
Yeah, I will ask them to assist, but in the meantime, just continue talking to the slides.
Okay. Because now I don't know what is going on here.
People who are assisting in the background will also do well to just ensure that the people who are doing the presentations have their faces properly reflected.
All right. May I continue, Chair?
Please proceed.
All right. So this paper looked at the effects of institutional quality on economic performance in the SADC region, and the reason behind this paper was the observation that economic performance in the region has been very slow, and not only in the region, but in the whole African continent. And so the question was, why after so many years, because we will remember that, for instance, regional integration or the formation of regional trade agreements was one of the reasons for African countries to adopt such a policy to stimulate economic performance within the region. But then the observation shows that there hasn't been any improvement in terms of an enhanced economic performance within the region. And so this paper wanted to just check whether institutional quality may have had an impact in the manner in which economic performance... Wow. In the manner in which economic
please don't interfere with the proceedings.
All right. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Chair. So economic performance then in this case, by definition, after having observed that the economic performance rate in the region is very slow, I start off by defining what economic performance is so that we are on the same page. So economic performance, by definition, it is the achievement of economic policy objectives. And those economic policy objectives would include sustained and inclusive economic growth, unemployment, reducing unemployment, the inequality, and all these other socioeconomic problems that, by the way, the SADC region is currently grappling with, including South Africa. And so achieving a sustainable and inclusive economic growth, for instance, is one of the crucial economic indicators through which all these other macroeconomic objectives can be achieved. And therefore, it is a backbone of not only developing countries, but all economies at large. So that was the reason why this study had to be conducted. And secondly, it is a powerful tool, that is economic performance or economic growth. It is a powerful tool and a prerequisite for the economic development of countries. So that is why it is always important then to look at what factors impact or contribute to the achievement of a sustained and an inclusive economic growth in a country. And that would include job creation, poverty alleviation, and even distribution of wealth and incomes, which result from an increase in the actual gross domestic product of the country. So that is the broad understanding of economic performance. So conventionally, the economic models suggest that the economic output or economic growth is normally driven by the physical capital, which is the availability of capital within a country, the human resources, technology, and other factors. But the one thing that this, according to these models, this labor and capital combined with technology warrant an increase. In other words, if a country has capital, has human resources, has technology, then it serves as a guarantee that this country's gross domestic product would increase, right? But the one thing that these models have been criticized for is that they have this narrow view of what actually determines economic growth, which is they are, by the way, or to some extent, ignoring other factors that are crucial in terms of contributing or enhancing sustainable and also inclusive economic growth, right? So it is within that context then that recently there's been a shift in the focus or a new paradigm shift from the conventional determinants of economic growth, which are the ones that we've already mentioned, that is physical capital, human resources, technology, but to other factors that may be key determinants or primary determinants of economic growth, which is one of those is the role of institutions. What role do institutions play in countries' economic performances, right? So then accordingly, institutional quality as a result has increasingly become a key determinant according to the different scholars. It has become a key determinant of economic performance, particularly in developing countries, which all SADC countries are. That is where economic growth is stagnant or moving at a very slow rate in developing countries. So that is the reason why then it was important to conduct the study, just to see if there has been this shift from the conventional determinants of economic growth to the new, or to the identification of the new factors, which one of those is institutional quality. What effect then does it have, or to investigate the extent to which it has actually affected economic performance in the SADC region. And then looking at what actually drives economic prosperity in the SADC region, I am very disappointed that I can't share the slides, but then it's fine. So what drives economic prosperity in the SADC region? I think this is very important so that we can understand whether or not institutional quality has had an effect in the manner in which the growth in the region is. So according to the SADC's Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan, it states that quest for poverty eradication, deeper regional integration, and economic prosperity will not be realized in the absence of good governance. In other words, now it is also consistent with the conventional, the new belief that apart from the conventional factors of economic growth, there's this new factor that needs to be taken into account when working towards achieving an inclusive and a sustainable economic growth, which is good governance. Even SADC is aware of the fact that good governance is a key or a primary determinant of the achievement of sustained economic growth. And on the other hand, the Economic Outlook report of 2019, it shows that the region's economic growth has been very slow with an average of 1.9%. And the trend continues. And that was even before COVID-19, which I think COVID-19 has actually exacerbated the situation, which gives rise now to unemployment, or has given rise to unemployment, inequality, poverty, and unsustainable public debt levels. These are issues, or the socioeconomic issues that we've been grappling with, which we continue to grapple, and we don't seem to be at any point where we can be able to achieve these. And on the other hand, looking at the other regions, the trading agreements, like the Asian economies that have also formed trade agreements, you see that the average economic growth in those regions has been around 7.8 and 9.5 in other agreements. So the question is, why then do we have such a low economic performance, whereas the goal of the formation of the SADC region as an agreement in the first place was to stimulate economic growth, right? So again, it comes back to the fact that the literature has also revealed that there's been this shift from the traditional agreement, which is not only focusing on the market size to say, as Africa, we have a big market size and therefore we can cope, or we can stimulate our economic growth. We can produce and export and so be able to generate more growth. There's trade openness, there is inflation, there's quite a lot of macroeconomic factors. But then apart from the macroeconomic factors, there is now institutional quality that has become a significant determinant of economic growth. And so then the purpose here was to then look at what exactly is institutional quality and the extent to which it has actually impacted economic performance in the region. So what are institutions? If then the literature say there's been this shift from the conventional factors, which are the normal macroeconomic factors, to institutions or institutional quality as a major determinant of economic growth, meaning that it doesn't matter whether the economy is open to trade with other countries, whether we are exporting, whether the market size is big, but then if there is no good governance, then we are likely not to achieve what we want to achieve. And so what are institutions? This term emanates from good governance, right? So there's been this growing awareness of the significance of good governance, which is something that other speakers have touched on already, particularly for developing countries as part of their development agenda, which has raised an interest among scholars. And there is no agreed upon definition at this stage of what governance is. But then I've taken two definitions just so I can be able to fit my study within this, right? So there's one that says governance refers to traditions by which authority in a country is exercised in managing a country's social and economic resources. The traditions by which authority is exercised, all right? That is the rules and the regulations that are put in place to manage the country, all right? That one is from the World Bank. And then the other definition says governance refers to political and administrative authority in managing a country's complex mechanisms, processes, relationships, and institutions through citizens and groups communicate their well-being, apply their lawful rights, meet their obligations, and facilitate their differences. That is another definition. So from these two definitions of governance, it suggests that governance is about stimulating relationships That is, good governance is about stimulating relationships and interactions and promoting consensual decision-making among the different organizations in a country or in a region, all right? Then operationalizing governance as a theoretical concept, right? Then it is then changed to institutions, to say institutions refers to the rules of the game. In other words, if the World Bank says it is traditions by which authority use their power to manage social and economic resources. And then it says institutions refers to the rules of the game. In other words, the rules that govern the manner in which the country is managed. So the definition given by North about institutions, it says these are humanly devised constraints that structure political, economic, and social interactions. Right, so these are rules that govern the manner in which these institutions, or in which the interactions between the political institutions, the economic institutions, as well as the social institutions, they are governed by certain rules and regulations. And those rules can be formal or informal, but most of the time the focus is on the formal rules. All right. Then the important thing about these rules that govern the manner in which institutions operate in a country, it says these rules, which is now the policies, the laws, and the regulations that are put in place that govern the manner in which the country is managed. These rules cannot be should be endogenously created through strategic interactions of agents, and therefore cannot be imported from other countries, which is an issue I think Dr. Mohale also spoke to earlier when he said we may have policies, regulations, and laws in place, but those laws cannot be imported because there are contextual issues, contextual factors that need to be taken into account. So we cannot just say that, or we shouldn't, if we are to achieve good governance, we cannot therefore be in a position to say, because this has worked for China, this has worked for India, let us then adopt this particular policy. Those have to be endogenously created because they have to be designed in a manner that speaks to our own context as South Africa or as the SADC region, right? So that is what it means. And then it says these formal rules consist of fundamental rules, that is the legal system, the institutional environment, and the institutional arrangements in the country. All of those should be formulated based on, or they should be formulated endogenously, not to be imported from other countries, all right? So it says it is through institutional environment that institutional arrangements are created between individuals and organizations to manage activities. So that is what institutions are, and I think that's very, very important. So therefore, if it says institutions refer to the rules of the game that are humanly devised, that should not be imported, but created endogenously or domestically. I think that one is a very important aspect. And therefore, institutional quality in this case, because we're looking at the effect of institutional quality, what kind of rules that SADC has and what impact do these rules have on economic performance in the region. So it says, therefore, institutional quality in this particular context would then refer to the quality and the enforcement of the rules of the game that govern political, economic, and social interactions. What is important about this when it talks of the institutional quality, it means we don't only need to have rules and regulations and the laws in place, but the quality of those laws should be good, right? Not only should it be good, because it says the quality and the enforcement, that is what makes good institutional quality, the enforcement of the rules. In other words, what it means is we don't only have rules in place, but then what makes rules effective is the enforcement. So we don't only need to say we have rules in place, but then we are not enforcing them. And I think Dr. Mohale also in his presentation did mention that he had a question, in fact, that says, does Parliament hold the executive to account? So in other words, that one I think speaks to the enforcement of the rules, because there are rules in place that govern the operation as well as the separation of powers between these two bodies. And so I think the enforcement of the rules is the important aspect when it comes to institutional quality, or the enhancement of good institutional quality. How, to what extent are these rules that have been put in place enforced, right? That is holding people to account if they don't or they deviate from these rules. So do we have such a situation? And if not, then it means that would explain why we have low institutional quality. So then again, it says institutional quality, it affects the performance of the economy by the effects on the exchange and production costs, as well as the transaction costs. In other words, if there is no good governance or there is weak institutional quality, a case where there are rules in place, but then there are no enforcement mechanisms of those rules, then it affects the performance of the economy, because if the rules are there or they are not even of good quality, and at the same time they are not enforced, then we are likely to experience high exchange and production costs, as well as high production costs, transaction costs. And you will then remember that if we talk of economic performance, when we talk about economic performance, that would include foreign direct, or being able to attract foreign direct investments into the country. Therefore, if we get to a point where there is weak institutional quality, we are likely then to have very high transaction costs, where it becomes very difficult for foreign investors to establish businesses in the region or in the country, for that matter. So those are some of the issues that would negatively impact economic growth in the country, where, for instance, there is no proper protection of property rights, where the investors don't feel safe because there is no enforcement of rules, there is no protection, the production costs are high, and there's just everything happening in the country. And in addition to that, it says good institutional quality reduces uncertainty and creates an enabling environment. That is, having explicit rules that don't only focus on the present, but are able to predict what is likely to happen in the future, is one important factor that enhances economic growth. And again, there was a point again, that if we were to, or the question was, are we able to predict what will happen if we were to encounter another shock in the next 5 years? Are we able to address or to be better prepared for such an economic shock? And here it says, if we have good institutional quality, it also empowers countries to be better prepared for external shocks. So that's one of the reasons then why you then conclude that maybe the reason why we don't have good economic performance in the region is because our institutional quality is weak. Furthermore, it says, as I indicated, that foreign direct investment is one of the backbones of economic growth. So again, foreign investors seek to maximize their profits by investing in countries that promote the ease of doing business, right? Where it is possible for markets, to have markets integrated at national, regional, and international level, and institutions in that regard play a crucial role. So again, it is important for countries to make sure that they create that environment within which foreign investors feel safe and are therefore eager to invest, where they feel safe and can be able to invest and feel safe in that environment. So looking at the overview of institutional quality in the region, I took a look of the different regional trade agreements, that is comparing SADC with NAFTA, the Asian countries in Asia, the Mercosur countries, as well as the fourth. I've compared the SADC region with other 4 trading agreements, and looking at institutional quality in this case, focusing on the 6 world governance indicators that have been identified as the measures of good governance, right, by the World Bank. So within this measure of good governance, which I am using as a proxy for institutional quality in this paper, this one focuses on corruption. It looks at corruption, it looks at governance effectiveness. That is, how effective is government in formulating and implementing its policies? How relevant are the policies? How timely are they? And are they really responding to the problems? That is, how evidence-based are those policies, which is government effectiveness. Political stability is one of these, the indicators. Regulatory quality, rule of law, and the voice of accountability. So the governance in this case is measured by these 6 indicators. And I am sorry that I cannot project this diagram, but it shows that out of the 6 indicators of governance that have been compiled by the World Bank. The SADC region has, or firstly, these indicators range from negative 2.5 to positive 2.5, all right? So negative 2.5 in terms of governance indicate poor governance, right? Whereas positive 2.5 indicates good governance. So I'll tell you that then, according to this diagram then, which looks at the trend over time from 2003 to 2019, it shows that the level of governance, or out of the 6 indicators, SADC has negatives in 5 of these and only 0 in political stability, which means political stability is 0, not positive, it is 0. Then the rest of the indicators are negative. Then it shows that there is high rate of corruption in the region. The government effectiveness in terms of policy formulation and implementation is poor. The regulatory quality is poor in the region. The rule of law is poor. Voice of accountability is poor. So if we get such a picture then about institutional quality in the region, while on the other hand, we're saying that economic performance is also poor, or there is this trend that shows that economic performance in the region is poor, then the question then that we ask is, could then this poor governance or this poor institutional quality be the reason why the SADC region has this lower economic performance that is being observed? Because we see that according to these indicators, institutional quality, or the level or the quality of governance in the region, is very poor. All right. And so from there, then the problem that this paper wanted to address then is to examine the effect of institutional quality, because there's also been some evidence which shows that, for instance, the African Economic Research Consortium says that the African continent is struggling to achieve growth because the institutional quality in the region is low. And so this paper then sought to examine the impact of institutional quality, if whether or not the economic performance that we are seeing, which is stagnating, is caused by what we see on this diagram. All right. So theoretically, then some people have examined the relationship between economic performance and economic and institutional quality. And 3 strands of literature have come out from the theory. That is, one strand of literature do agree that there is a positive relationship between institutional quality and economic performance. In other words, for countries that have good institutional quality or good governance, they are able to achieve economic performance. There's quite a lot of researchers who have come up with such findings. But then on the other hand, there's a group of studies that says there is no, or they found an insignificant relationship between institutional quality and economic performance. That is saying there are countries where it doesn't matter whether there's corruption, whether there is no government effectiveness, there is no rule of law, or people do not get to account, even if they don't adhere to the rules that have been put in place, but who still are able to achieve better economic performance than the SADC region. So there are those findings as well, but then most of the findings that show that economic performance may not be determined by institutional quality, it is mostly developed countries, right? And then the 3rd strand of literature shows that there is a bidirectional relationship between economic performance and institutional quality or good governance. In other words, there are situations where you'll find that the foreign investors are attracted mostly to countries that are already growing. And on one hand, you'll find that growing countries, or countries that have economic growth that's growing at a faster rate, will then attract more foreign investors. So there is that there's that bidirectional relationship that has been identified. But then it is still not clear then when it comes to developing countries, how exactly or the extent to which institutional quality affects economic performance, particularly in developing countries and with a specific focus to the SADC region. So then the study examined the role of institutional quality on 15 SADC countries over a 10-year period, right? And in terms of the variables then that were considered for this study, so we looked at the GDP per capita growth, institutional quality as the main independent variable, financial development, which we thought it's a special or it's an important variable in terms of contributing to economic growth, the domestic investments, which are also important in terms of contributing to economic growth. Foreign direct investments were also included as a variable. Natural resource availability, which in most cases, people would assume that countries that are resource rich are likely to attract more investment and be able to perform better in terms of economic growth. So we included natural resource availability as one of the variables. Inflation, which may most of the time serve as a deterrent if it's too high to economic performance. Trade openness was included as a control variable, as well as human capital. All right. So that was the methodology that was applied, and data was collected from the World Development Indicators, as I've already indicated, for the governance variables as well as the development variable. And then an econometric approach was adopted there to estimate this relationship, which is the generalized methods of moments. And the results from this analysis, it showed that out of the variables that were chosen as control variables, as well as the main variable, which is institutional quality, it showed that in the SADC region, foreign direct investments, trade openness, financial development, gross fixed capital formation, which is domestic investments, as well as human capital, they all positively contribute to economic growth in the SADC region. So what this means then is, if we are to then stimulate economic growth, again, we need to focus on foreign direct investments, trade openness, that is financial development, and domestic investments, as well as human capital. All right, they positively stimulate economic growth, right? But out of all these, as much as they were all positive, but then not all of them were statistically significant, which is one important aspect one also has to take in account when it comes to an analysis of this nature. So not all of them were statistically significant, but the point of the matter is that they were positive. So it means if we are to achieve more economic performance, then we could focus on stimulating more FDI. But then again, to stimulate or to attract more FDI, that requires an enabling environment where foreign investors would feel safe. I think same goes for trade openness. No country would want to partner with a country where there is no proper regulation or rule of law. All right. On the other hand, institutional quality was found negative in this study. In other words, it had a negative coefficient, which suggests that it negatively impacts economic performance.
As we move towards closing.
All right. I'm there. I am there. So governance out of all these variables was negative. In fact, governance and inflation, as well as natural resource availability, were negative. They have negative coefficients. What this means then is, in the SADC region, institutional quality impacts negatively on economic growth or in economic performance in the region. Inflation is too high, or there is no stability in the region, and therefore that contributes, or it contributes to a deterioration in economic performance. Natural resource availability is one other negative, which shows that as much as we are a resource-rich region, but we are not able to take advantage of the resources, because theory does say that resource availability in most cases, there's what they refer to as a resource curse. You may have resources, but then they stimulate rent-seeking behavior, which lead to people using the available resources to serve their personal interests. That seems to be the case in the SADC region. But then the important point there is that governance is negative. And so it shows that institutional quality, or the weak institutional quality that we've seen in the region, is the reason why economic performance is poor. And that could explain why the SADC region has not moved in terms of its regional economic integration stages. There's been no movement, and that's the reason, and that could be because institutional quality is weak. That is, the rules that are in place are not being enforced. So the conclusion and recommendations, then it says the study concludes that weak governance impairs economic growth, economic performance in the region. The poor institutional quality is also linked to the adverse effects of natural resource availability and macroeconomic stability, and ultimately stifles economic growth through limiting inflows to resource-seeking and market-seeking investments. In other words, this whole thing, it impedes foreign direct investments, which serve as a backbone on economic performance. Therefore, to expedite the region's developmental agenda and to improve complementarity among member states, these states must strive to arrive at a suitable institutional framework that promotes collaboration in the region and ensures effective and efficient implementation of the potential protocols. Secondly, intra-SADC trade, which is one important aspect, as well as investment, is still lacking as the region is dominated by bilateral trade agreements. And I think, again, that has to do with the nature of the rules and regulations, or the rules of the game that govern the SADC region. So they are dominated by bilateral trade agreements between member states and with countries outside the region, which is why we see that there's lack of trade that happens among SADC countries, but instead they trade with outside countries. And that is linked again to weak institutional quality, the rules that have been put in place. Therefore, to avoid deflecting and diverting trade to ensure ease of administration, there is a need for convergent bilateral as well as multilateral arrangements in the region. The region needs to raise its export competitiveness by attracting domestic and foreign investments, but all of these can be done by firstly addressing the weak institutional quality, and that would eventually stimulate global value chains within the region. But governance is one that has to be addressed first for the region, or for the country for that matter, to get to that point. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much. There we are. I now call on you to raise or point the interventions, to raise critical issues that may have been left out, and words of wisdom going forward. This applies to all the four presentations, starting with the Minister, Dr. Mohale, Dr. Tolisile Ngumbela, and Ms. Kodi Sumalini. Any words of wisdom? I don't see any hands. I guess we have come closer to closing today's event. But before I do so, I'll ask the Chief Whip of the NCOP,
Honorable Singh.
Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Singh is raising his hand.
Okay. There's Singh, yes. Honorable Singh.
Honorable Chairperson, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Please proceed.
No, thank you very much. May I just say something?
Please.
Yeah, once again, just to say thank you very much to you and your Deputy Chairperson for facilitating this meeting, and for the excellent presentations that were made. I'd just like to know where to from here. What happens from here? I was very encouraged by Minister Nkosazana Dlamini's remarks that she would have, she likes those presenters to contribute to the 21-year document that's been drawn up. But from your point of view, where to from here with all these valuable inputs? Where does it go to? Does it go to the executive? Is a report compiled? Does it come to the houses, or how would we take it from here? Because I think we must not let this opportunity slip to allow the wisdom of all the presenters to, just vanish into thin air. Thank you.
Chairperson, if I may, Honorable Singh, yes, we are definitely going to have a follow-up, and also we want to prepare a report, but also to extract the recommendations, because remember there was recommendations made by almost all the presenters. So we will extract the recommendations and take it from there. There will be follow-up sessions, because I think it is one of the most important issues that in our interaction with different stakeholders and different sectors have been raised. We just recently had a 3-sphere planning session. Chairperson can comment on that, where many issues was raised by the provinces. We still have an outstanding session with the local government sphere. And I think today's session is actually giving us a lot of ammunition to take the whole issue forward within our oversight and accountability responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that response, Chairperson and Deputy Chair.
Chairperson, unmute, please. Chairperson, unmuted.
Thank you very much. Any other comment? I see that there's no other hand. So we'll end on that note that there will indeed be a follow-up, and part of that is to ensure that the relevant sessions are organized. I hope and trust that most of you have had access to the various presentations. If you go through them and take into account the deliberations, I'm sure you can be able to make also recommendations on what you think should be happening going forward. So thank you very much. I'll now ask Honorable Mahai to make a comment or two. Honorable Mahai.
Thank you, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, and the Speaker in absentia, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Melukas, the President of SALGA, the Minister, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, and the Deputy Minister Gina, honorable members, provincial delegates that have participated in this session, and esteemed guests, senior officials of government and of parliament that has been part of these deliberations. Program Director, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all participants in today's important session. One thing I have noted in all deliberations is that transformation of society entails a complete change in both form and substance. The scale and scope of the transformation South Africa embarked on after apartheid is without precedence. The country has had to wrestle simultaneously with political, economic, and social transformation at all levels. Whilst the National Development Plan articulates the required capacity for a capable developmental state, many of the needed capacities are lacking or have dwindled. Evidence of this assertion is found in the poor institutional performance of South Africa's local government and state-owned entities. Transformation of our society calls for its reorientation from the past values. It calls for South Africa to urgently find ways to develop a more inclusive social order that brings labor, government, business into agreement. Chairperson, we need to critically focus on how vulnerable groups are affected differently. South Africa's stark socioeconomic inequalities within and across racial groups are core issues that continue to divide the people. This is true economically as well as spatially, psychologically, socially, and politically. There is growing frustrations, and we have seen it in the second week of July when the country experienced unprecedented levels of unrest and destruction of public and private property. The July 2021 unrest is a stark reminder that the rate of improvement in people's lives does not measure up to the expectation of what the post-apartheid scenario was expected to deliver. Active and engaged public intellectuals play a crucial part in the ongoing life of democratic societies, perhaps even more so in our democracies, in democracies like ours. We would therefore like to thank all the academics that grace these important platforms today. We hope our engagements are not going to end here. We need your capacity to conduct public debates, because it is through such debates that we are able to examine our shortcomings and strengths. The need for fresh ideas, debates, and engagement on pressing issues has never been greater. It is part through your ideas that we would be able to refine our oversight instruments towards outcome-based oversight that is the interest of advancing and changing the material position of our people for the better. If we are serious about building a capable developmental state, it therefore means we need to address shortcomings within our intergovernmental relations. We need to urgently address uncertainty which is rife about the status of intergovernmental relations decisions and recommendations, as well as who is responsible for the follow-up of recommendations. We need to address lack of horizontal integration between the activities of various government departments. We need to address the lack of understanding of what IGR means for both politicians and bureaucrats. To conclude, honorable members, councillors, the greatest challenge facing us is inspiring confidence in the people we serve. We have the responsibility to rise above their limitations and help. We have the responsibility to rise about their limitations. So the fundamental question that has come into sharp focus is what next after these workshops? Even Honorable Singh raised this matter. I agree with the panelists who have sharply raised this question. To the extent that we do not practically respond to this question in terms of how they should enhance and reposition the oversight work of Parliament, the more they become talk shops and the waste of resources of all participants. It will therefore be incumbent upon our senior management of Parliament to delineate key issues arising from this workshop, as the Deputy Chair indicated, and advise how they should be operationalized going forward. I once more want to thank all participants and our panelists, the Minister and Deputy Minister that have joined us in these great deliberations today. Thank you very much, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. This brings us now to the end of the deliberations. And thank you very much to all participants, especially to the Minister and Deputy Minister.